Part 37. Restarting the Myth. Author, Fengchao Huang. Chapter 361. Wayne, do you want to bring people from the inner world back to the outer world? Is it possible? Three faces looked at Delane at the same time, waiting for her answer. The Moon Knight of the surface world, a strong man who cannot be copied by the mirror, can freely enter and exit the other world. Delane's next words will determine the fate of William and Philomena. Impossible. Delane shook his head, pointed to the top of his head and said, the inner world is a mirror space. The magic world calls it the reverse world of the outer world. This is a wrong name. The mirror space has shown everything. The world in the mirror is illusory and unreal. Even if the life in the inner world is projected to the human world, it can only exist within the projection space. The real inner world is the stabilizer of the outer world. Because the inner world extracts negative information, people living in the outer world are not affected by the chaos of the void. I say this, do you understand? William and Philomena were so disheartened that they slumped on the chairs lifelessly. Their slumped appearance made Wayne very intolerable. He said bitterly, it's not possible at all. There is a saying in the other world that one can achieve transcendence by becoming a demigod. An escapist statement. Delane first qualified the statement, and then continued, you should be able to see that everyone here has red eyes. The God's Choice artifact can guarantee their sanity and cannot cut off their connection with the other world. What's more, there is no way to make them real. Seeing that the three of them were silent, Delane shook his head. I know this is cruel, but the reality is like this. I don't want to make up a beautiful lie for you. Without the outside world, there would be no inner world. If the mirror in the sky, if it is shattered, the other world will also disappear. And the world has collapsed and reorganized many times. Neither William nor Philomena listened to these words. Wayne was silent for a moment and asked, how did the other world appear? Is it a mirror forged by the goddess and the Heavenly Father together to protect his faith in the outer world? I don't know about this. Anyway, the inner world appeared very early. It should be a kind of self-protection mechanism of the world. The void is too dangerous, and the outer world needs a mirror to stabilize itself. Delane looked at William and Philomena apologetically, and said to Wayne, I know what you want to do. I saw familiar faces and want to change the tragedy that happened to them. I have tried it before, but I can wait. When I come back next time, the new world will still be half dead. The God-chosen knight has no ability to change a world, and the gods, maybe not either. Maybe the word is a bit euphemistic. If it doesn't work, it won't work. Delane said this out of respect for his own beliefs. The topic was too heavy, and William and Philomena were directly sentenced to death. The two were silent, and Wayne didn't know how to comfort him. He comes from the outside world and can leave with Delane. At this time, he deserves a beating no matter what he says. He had to take advantage of the situation and said, Delane, have you been to the other world many times? Well, the goddess's mission. Can you tell me? It wasn't possible originally. Now that you've arrived in the other world and seen the situation here, it doesn't hurt to tell you. Just remember not to spread the word, otherwise it will be difficult for me to do it. Delane said, Byakuya Sadagoto exists in this world. Halfway through her words, she suddenly realized that it was Wayne who changed Byejinyan's ownership that day, and gave him an approving look. Good boy, I see your devotion to moonlight, and you are a qualified heir. Delane did not expand on this topic, fearing that he would be asked. Wayne took out the elemental mantra again, and added the morning proverb next to it. This thing was also chosen by three gods in the other world. The picture was harsh, and Delane didn't want to see it. She continued, there is a difference between the Byakuya Sadagogue in the two worlds. The Byakuya Sadagogue in the other world will not disappear with the destruction of the world. This may be the origin of the rumor. Because of this anchor point, I, as the Moonlight Knight, can enter it. World. Mura, Leo, and I all performed the same mission, entering the other world to collect negative information. What are you doing collecting negative information? I don't know, that's not what I should ask. Delane pondered for a moment. Collecting negative information can delay the collapse of the inner world and reduce the number of collapses and restarts of the inner world. Perhaps it is the mercy of the goddess, or it may be to protect the outer world. Where does the negative information you collect go? Being brought back to the kingdom of God by the envoy of God, he should have returned to the void. Delane didn't know much information. She was just a knight, completing the tasks assigned by the Moonlight Goddess. Asking questions beyond her capabilities was in vain. Rather than looking for trouble, it is better to live in confusion. Delane, can you take away all the negative information in the other world? Definitely not. There is endless negative information. I can only collect part of it. Delane pointed at the bottomless abyss behind her. When the negative information is filled, her mission for this trip will be completed. Wayne looked intently towards the abyss, and under his mental induction, he realized that the entire abyss was a vase-shaped container used to carry negative information. With no way to get out, the Book of Greed stares out of the vase, wanting to take a breath. It must imitate the mouse entering the rice barn and let Wayne get directly into the bottle. The God's chosen knight can only collect some negative information, and most of the negative information still remains in the other world. Wayne wondered, the question is, after the collapse of the other world, where did all this negative information go? Did it return to the void? Gone. Disappeared. Wayne was even more puzzled. How could it disappear out of thin air? There must be a place, right? Good question, I don't know either. That's the fact. The new inner world is no different from the outer world in the initial stage. Except for some transcendent existences that cannot be copied, everything else is exactly the same as looking in the mirror. With the influence of negative information, this world is getting darker and more desperate. Speaking of this, Delane couldn't help but sigh. The negative information in the past no longer exists. If it is destroyed along with the collapsed inner world, this is probably the reason for the existence of the inner world. She protects the outer world. Have you said enough? Philomena slammed the table and stared at Delane with red eyes. Every word of the latter was like a sharp knife, cutting her already bruised body and bleeding profusely. Life in the outer world is life, and life in the inner world is also life. I have never been illusory, and I have never thought of dedicating myself to the outer world. Philomena pulled out the full moon pistol and pulled the trigger at Delane continuously as if venting, but none of them hit, all missed. Delane didn't dodge, but Philomena didn't dare to really shoot her. She was furious for a few times, turned around and walked to the side, pulling out the single-edged sword of the crescent moon to chop the black rocks. During this period, Delane and Wayne were silent. After a while, Wayne said, Delane, have you experienced the collapse of the other world? That's not the case. If the world collapses, it will be difficult for me to leave. It's too dangerous. Delane shook her head slightly, blaming Wayne for giving Philomena and William hope. She had done this before, fishing for the moon in the water, adding regrets and further magnifying despair. Delane didn't say these words. Kindness is a good thing. She hopes Wayne will continue to keep it. She gave Wayne a look and asked Wayne to comfort his girlfriend. You are so good at coaxing women, keep lying, and be happy for a while. Wayne's scalp tingled. He is a scumbag, not a scumbag. He can't open his mouth to make false promises anyway. Since the world is destined to be destroyed, let's play cards until the world is destroyed. I would rather welcome destruction in happiness than in pain. Negative information can destroy the world, but it can't destroy me. William suddenly spoke. Delane looked at William in surprise. You can say such things and actively spread an optimistic attitude to the outside world. It's a pity that you are not the successor of the Sun Knight in the surface world. Maybe she is. Wayne looked at William. Is there a possibility that because of his disruption, Willie's process of becoming a Sun Knight was interrupted? The family origin of the Sun Knight Squire and the training of Valkyrie are all potential proofs. Not right. If it weren't for him, Willie would have died in the town of Cafano. It would be impossible for her to meet the knight armor on Dragonheart Island and learn the dragon-slaying swordsmanship. Having said that, Wayne decided to go back and try. Maybe Willie and Don Proverbs are really a good match. Senna is the same. The fact that they can become the chosen knights in the other world shows that the artifact recognizes their talents as spare tires. At this time, William was like a little sun, radiating positive energy. Wayne and Elaine knew very well that William was lying. He was actually very painful inside. He chose to suppress the pain in his heart instead of bursting out like Philomena. Perhaps it was because of the morning proverb, or more likely because of her personality. Veronica in the surface world had few friends, a longed white moonlight, and a roommate Willie. Willie was able to pry open the closed heart of the eldest lady, not because she was close to the water, but because of her optimistic personality, which made Veronica willing to accept her. This muscular man is so kind. Delane nodded repeatedly. Although Wayne's taste was becoming more and more sloppy, his vision was still online. William had a gentle heart under his strong physique and was a worthy companion. The picture was too bad, and Delane couldn't make it up anymore. He reorganized the card table and chips in his mind and invited William to play cards together. It was a coincidence that Willie was consistent in appearance and heart, and her hobbies were the same as Delane's, and she was also a card player. Delane acknowledged this excellent poker friend and praised him highly, saying that after returning to the surface world, he would definitely visit William and ask him to play for 3 days and 3 nights. William secretly thought it was interesting, and she in the surface world would definitely give Delane a little shock. Unfortunately, he couldn't see it. William looked aside. Philomena was hugging herself and crying, and Wayne was comforting her, not saying a word, just standing quietly beside her. William was a little envious. He also wanted to be comforted, but if he learned from Philomena, it would only make Wayne helpless. William didn't know how Philomena in the surface world was, but he was very sure that Philomena in the inner world didn't like Wayne. Boy, you are better than her. I have the Don Proverbs, this comparison is unfair. You are better. Delane liked William too much, but it was a pity that the mirror was an illusion, and he couldn't take William away, so he could only look forward to meeting him in the surface world. To be ashamed, although she was very disgusted, she was very curious about how William and Wayne interacted in daily life. They are all friends, so it shouldn't be a problem for her to take a peek, right? 2 days later. 4 people sat opposite each other at the cliff poker table. Damn it, you cheated again. If you are not good at it, practice more. If you can't afford to lose, don't play. The voice of the gambling monster came from behind the chips. How can this be? Delane was furious, holding the table with both hands, and was about to pull the mountain with all his strength, but Wayne got there first and overturned the table in advance. Turning over other people's tables, leaving them with no tables to turn over. Delane, dis. The iceberg beauty was so angry that she pulled out Bai Zhenyan to teach Wayne a lesson. Wayne was not at all inferior and also pulled out Bai Zhenyan. The two faces were pressed together, and their noses were only a fingertip away from touching. William tilted his head. If this trend continues, she will have another big sister in the surface world. Philomena watched the farce expressionlessly, with a flash of red in her eyes from time to time. Without the protection of the artifact, she was too deeply affected by the negative information, and her situation was very bleak. Knowing that the world was destined to be destroyed and she could not leave, Philomena's jealousy of herself in the surface world turned into hatred. She wanted to drag Wayne to stay with her and let herself in the surface world die alone. Delane and Wayne stared at each other, and after a moment, they looked at the abyss under the cliff in surprise. It's full, the mission is completed, we can withdraw. William's face darkened, he stood up and congratulated with a smile. Philomena frowned and grabbed Wayne's sleeve. Wayne blinked. How about, stay and play cards for 2 more days? I don't care. Delane shrugged, jumped into the abyss, and when he came back, he had a silver white bottle in his hand. The Aquarius is like a bright moon, with smooth lines, the mouth of the bottle slightly converges inward, and the body of the bottle is engraved with complex and delicate patterns. Looking closely, you can see a shadow holding a treasure bottle in the light reflected by the patterns. Delane is the Moonlight Knight, and this figure should represent the Moonlight Goddess. She sent the closed Aquarius into the portable space, reshaped the chips on the table and continued to play cards, and was not in a hurry to urge Wayne to leave with her. It can be seen that Wayne is quite entangled now. Delane said nothing. She could teach the heir how to use Bai Zhenyan and teach him various fighting skills, but the heir was still too young. Only the heir could figure out the way forward step by step. The trajectories of life were different. The truth that applied to her might not apply to Wayne. Wayne, your lifespan is destined to be longer than the people around you. It is not good for your future to be involved in too many emotions. Sooner or later, you will know how to restrain your emotions and become numb and ruthless in order to protect yourself. Delane thought silently in her heart, but did not say it out loud. It was too selfish to be numb and ruthless. She liked Wayne very much now. Young people, it is always good to be cheerful. The card table continued. Although there were laughter and joy, the atmosphere became more and more depressing. At the end of the game, Delane won a hand from Wayne. She was not happy to avenge her previous shame. She was depressed and knocked the card table with chips. The atmosphere was too bad. She wanted to wait somewhere else. Boom boom. Below the abyss, an inexplicable vibration came, as if some giant beast had awakened from a long sleep, and the terrifying breath it vented soared into the sky, smashing the space barrier and blending the space behind the sea of fog and Highway 114 into one. As the sky and the earth spun, a vast pressure like the sea came down from the sky. The 4 people felt palpitations, and the sticky air was extremely heavy with every breath, making them breathless, and an unspeakable fear came over them. Even Delane, who was at the demigod level, widened his eyes at this moment. Or, it was precisely because of the powerful power of the demigod level that she could sense how terrifying the awakened giant beast was. There are still such things in the other world. Delane looked at the abyss in disbelief. What exactly is it, a precursor to the collapse of the other world, or is this precursor the cause of the collapse of the other world? A silver-white light bloomed in her eyes, and her sight penetrated through the layers of space. Behind the abyss, in the boundless depths of the earth in the other world, she saw a group of black clouds lingering. The darkness was mixed with red lines, twisting and wriggling, with no fixed appearance. Tentacle-like black tentacles extended to the surroundings, inserted into the earth of the inner world, absorbing endless negative information. When Delane was shocked, a violent wave of thought came over, hitting her body and causing her body to stagnate. On her pale face, a stream of red flowed from under her nose. It has thoughts, it is alive. Delane made a prompt decision, waved her hand in the air, threw Bai Zhenyan out, broke through the mirror-like space fragments, and raised her hand to press Wayne's shoulder. I can't stay in the inner world any longer, let's go now. Wayne was about to speak, his hand tightened, and he turned his head to see Philomena with red eyes. No need to hesitate, they can't leave this world. If you don't believe it, I can let you see it clearly. Delane refused to part with the sorrow of parting at the critical moment of life and death. The length was too long, and if it was dragged to the end, the monster would definitely catch up. She punched and kicked Wayne and the other 2 into the space channel, then jumped and flew towards the light at the end of the channel. This is a colorful and unpredictable dream space, with countless gorgeous fragments slowly rotating, combining to present various shapes and colors. Like a kaleidoscope, the pattern is changing every moment, full of infinite possibilities. Beautiful, but dangerous. This dangerous passage has many exits, and if you make a mistake, you will be in a desperate situation where you can't return. Delane has Bayejinian, anchoring the space of the surface world, and she leads the way in front, so there is no need to worry about getting lost. Wayne and the other two followed closely behind, and Wayne recorded with his mind, broadened his horizons, and learned new knowledge. William and Philomena ran fast, both of them were mentally prepared to not leave, but the way to survive was right in front of them, and they couldn't help but feel a little lucky. What if? No one wants to die if they can live. There was a light spot in front of the passage that was out of reach, and at the back of the passage, black tentacles rolled over at some point. The terrifying sense of oppression and the strong negative information made Delane's scalp numb. He stretched out his hands and grabbed William and Philomena, and his speed increased by 3 points. Wayne followed closely, half a step behind, and his speed was not slow at all. The two were very fast, and the black fog behind was even faster. Wherever they passed, the kaleidoscope world was eclipsed, and the sound of broken mirrors was heard one after another. Speed of life and death. Fear and uneasiness were intertwined in the hearts of the four people. A tentacle stretched out from behind Wayne, and at the end of the tentacle, an eyeball opened, trying to see what kind of life was at the end of the darkness. If there was a monster made of pure negative information, he might be able to use the Book of Greed to press it on the dining table. Who will eat whom is still uncertain. Nothing can be seen. At the end of the dark abyss, there is only a pair of scarlet eyes and a hazy black figure. It is not a brainless monster filled with negative information. As Delane said, it is a living being. Very powerful. Wayne heard a voice in his ear. The monster came to find him because he had not restrained himself in the other world these days, allowing the Book of Greed to eat a lot and snatched the monster's food. The monster was not full and wanted to turn Wayne into food. Delane also plundered negative information and filled a bottle. Why didn't you find her? Wayne was very puzzled. If you say that you can eat with food, an honest man deserves to be pointed at by a gun. Looking at Delane's hurried escape, he is clearly a dish, not much better than him. It has nothing to do with the amount of negative information Delane collected. It should be a quality issue. The Book of Greed does not eat the same dishes. Perhaps because of this, it took away the food that the monster cares about. Click. Crackling. The trace of broken glass leaped over the four people and reached the light spot in the distance before them. Seeing this, Wayne split into large pieces of white foam, which multiplied rapidly to block the passage behind. The black tentacles drilled through the white foam and swallowed it clean in an instant. Wayne sensed in his mind that the white foam had lost contact. If it was eaten, it was really eaten. There was no possibility of parasitism and reproduction in the other party's body. Is the life level of this thing so high? Wayne was terrified and gave up the idea of competing with it. He followed the guidance of his heart and accelerated again and again. The light spot in the distance was getting closer and closer. After walking most of the way, Wayne noticed that William and Philomena had large pieces of black overflowing from their bodies. The closer they were to the surface world, the less negative information they had in their bodies. At the same time, the red in his eyes faded, and his thinking rationality approached his own in the surface world. In addition, their bodies began to become transparent, and they could reflect light outward like mirrors. Sure enough, they couldn't take it away. Wayne didn't have time to sigh. He raised his hands and put them behind the two men, trying to reshape their bodies by contaminating them. At this moment, William suddenly broke free from Delane's hand, and when he passed by Wayne, he stepped on him, using the force to speed up while also speeding him up. Wayne looked back in astonishment, and saw a dazzling golden sun. William, who took the initiative to break off, got rid of the mirrored body, and his weak body regained the power of the Sun Knight. He persisted for 3 or 5 seconds and was submerged in the endless darkness. Wayne's eyes widened and he stopped suddenly. Delane seemed to have known it for a long time, raised his hand to hook Wayne's neck, and carried him all the way forward. "Don't do stupid things, I'm not even a match for that thing, and it's useless for you to go." As she spoke, Philomena's eyes were clear, and she took the initiative to break the mirrored arm, staying where she was and not moving forward. Wayne looked over in confusion and read the lip language on the mirrored face. "My previous performance was too bad, and I disappointed you. I am definitely not like this in the surface world. She is not much worse than William. You are not allowed to look at her the way you look at me." Without negative information, Philomena took the initiative to stay and wished herself in the surface world happiness. The 4-color moon phase flashed back, and after a slight sound, darkness engulfed. Boom! Before Wayne could react, a bright light appeared in front of him, and he was taken away from the space channel by Delane and returned to the surface world. The Byegeon hanging in the air converged the light, and the space channel collapsed and disappeared a second before the black tentacles touched the surface world. Everything returned to normal. Wayne stared at the disappearing space channel in a daze, and was speechless for a long time, but he clenched his fists tightly. After a while, he said stiffly, "Delane, am I too weak?" "You are still young, I can only run away even if I am hundreds of years old. What can you do?" Delane patted Wayne on the shoulder without much comfort. "If you feel weak, grow up quickly. You should understand this principle. Don't let your elder sister teach you." Wayne was silent for a long time, looking at the location of the space channel. Tragic faces flashed before his eyes, and he promised himself, "One day, I will change this world." The other world. The destruction that Delane expected did not happen. The mirror is still the same mirror. Putting aside the wasteland, everything is sunny. At the dark end of the abyss, the tentacles composed of negative information dance disorderly. If you look closely, you will find that the reason why these tentacles dance is to escape from this place. In the center of the darkness, the figure riding a black horse is hazy like fog. Restarting the myth. Author, Fengchao Huang. Chapter 362. November 22nd. Wayne House, backyard. Willie was practicing dragon-slaying swordsmanship on the lawn of the back garden with a knight's sword. Standing next to her was the knight teacher Valkyrie. Seeing the knight student Willie practicing her swordsmanship diligently, the teacher nodded with pleasure. Willie's academic performance is not ideal. It has nothing to do with her qualifications. Her attention is easily distracted, she also likes to be clever, and she will be lazy when she gets the opportunity. Whenever he gets caught, he tries to get away with it. If it were any other teacher, she would most likely be fooled by her, but Valkyrie would not. The knight's sister knocked down the sword with her hand, which inspired Willie's enthusiasm for learning. The reason is simple. The last person who liked to use the hand knife skill on Willie was Veronica. The cruel evil dragon descended from the sky, opened its teeth and claws, breathed flames, and snatched away the princess. He also shared it with Moonlight Church's allies. The hatred of seizing his wife is irreconcilable. Don't say anything else, just practice the dragon-slaying swordsmanship, kill the evil dragon, and take back the princess. It was about a week before Wayne went to the other world. Eyewitness Mona did not publicize the matter and only informed Alston of the matter. The latter set up a technical team to study the mirror space projection enchantment at the Ministry of Magic headquarters, trying to find the way in and out of the other world. Ways of the world. The research site is located in the outskirts of London, where Wayne disappeared. The space fluctuates complexly, and there was a passage into the other world. Mona did not inform anyone else, She just asked to do tasks, do research, and go out to pick up girls, which was very consistent with Wayne's daily style. 1 week was neither long nor short, and with Austin's testimony, no one suspected that Mona was lying. Snort. The dragon looks at the sword. Ha! Take your head. Wayne quickly came to the back garden and looked at Willie, who was humming and laughing, leaning against the big tree, with the corners of her mouth raised. The world was calm, with warm sunshine everywhere, soothing his tense heartstrings. Everyone looked happy. Even the ugly faces of the big landowners, nobles, and capitalists in Austin lost their former acrimony and became amiable. This is the world that people should live in. After returning to the outside world, Delane said goodbye to Wayne temporarily. She wanted to submit a mission report to send the aquarium to the kingdom of God. Especially the monsters in the other world, she had to contact the Moonlight Goddess to make it clear. There is an unknown mysterious strong man in the other world. Who is he? What does it have to do with the destruction and restart of the other world? Is there a big conspiracy to destroy the world? Every question is extremely important. Before leaving, Delane said that she would come back and ask Wayne to introduce William, and she would discuss card skills with him. 1,000 pieces of gold are easy to come by, but a confidant is hard to find. As a poker player, Delane admires an optimistic and good boy like William very much. Of course, Philomena's performance was not bad, and she earned a lot of face for the Moonlight Church at the last moment. Delane was also very happy with her. Call Wayne again, and it will be perfect to get a table together. Wayne was exhausted physically and mentally after experiencing the ravages of the other world. He just wanted to go home and regain his health. After bidding farewell to Delane, he went straight to the Wayne house. On the way, he contacted Mona and told her that he had returned, so that she could rest assured that she did not have to look for her anymore. The inner world is a mirror of the outer world. It can only be projected and cannot be embodied into reality. People in the inner world cannot enter the outer world, and items from the inner world cannot be brought out. The 5 artifacts were impossible, and the camera and documents that he had put so much effort into were gone. This made Wayne feel even worse. He didn't even have a single memory to cherish. It was really painful. Fortunately, everyone in the world is here, and the strong emotions that are pressing in his heart and having nowhere to vent can be transferred to them, otherwise he would really be depressed. Hey, Wayne, are you back from picking up girls? Willie found Wayne, tilted her head and looked at Valkyrie, and got permission from the night teacher to take a temporary break for 5 minutes. She stepped forward with her twin ponytails swaying, and said with a smile, "Such a joke, not just anyone can enter the Wayne house. Who is that girl that has kept you missing for so long? Please introduce me to check. I didn't go out to pick up girls. Mr. Landau said so." "Well, he's dead." Wayne spoke softly and raised his hand to touch Willie's head, his eyes slightly moist. This surprised Willie and asked her what had happened in the past few days and how her personality had changed even when she turned around. There is a difference between appearance and duplicity. Wayne is unwilling to mention William in front of Willie. The latter has lost everything and is really worried. There is no reason for Willie to accompany him to suffer. But let's not say it, it's really uncomfortable to have it stuck in my chest. After pondering for a moment, I had no choice but to take action. What a ponytail! Just looking at it makes you want to gallop. Ah! Elbow, come into the house with me. Wayne took away the knight's sword from Willie's hand and stuck it on the ground. While Valkyrie was stunned, he dragged Willie straight to the big house. Ah! Willie took 2 steps to react and said hurriedly, "Wayne, don't be like this. If you have anything to say, please say it. I'm scared. Something must have happened in the past few days, otherwise they wouldn't have dragged people into the house in broad daylight, in front of Valkyrie. Willie, I miss you. An ordinary sentence is not worth mentioning compared with the usual sweet words packed with gorgeous words. However, the longing and affection contained in it are far from being comparable to empty love words. Wei Li received a knowing blow, and the silence was broken on the spot. After a while, a soundproof barrier was set up in the master bedroom, and Valkyrie's head was covered with black lines. We agreed on 5 minutes, but we can't delay it for too long. As soon as the camera turned, Wayne's depression was mostly gone, and he opened the door and walked out feeling refreshed. The background is soft puffs. There is nothing to say about the detailed process. First, catch the 2 rioters and give them verbal warnings, and then follow the clues to investigate. In the future, the truth will be revealed. Everyone who understands understands, and those who don't understand are just pretending to be stupid, so I won't go into details here. After executing suspect number 1, Wayne drove straight to the home of suspect number 2, the high priest of Moonlight Church. There was no one at home, so he went to the London branch headquarters of Moonlight Church and settled the matter in the office. I can't wait to go home. The high priest's desk is quite big. Women's minds are the most delicate. Philomena, like Willie, also felt that Wayne was different today. Although he usually stood up and kicked, but suddenly I felt that my whole person had matured a lot and I became even more shameless than before. I remembered, it was General Ewan's line. Wayne walked out of the office door with his belt in hand, and suddenly realized what he saw when he saw the twins guarding the door. Don't tell me, he is really a villain. Verna and Deed looked at Wayne with disdain. In broad daylight, you are shameless, but the high priest still wants you. Rumors spread. How can you convince the public after the high priest's majesty is wiped out? Wayne is not ashamed. He only learns to cherish after experiencing loss. People in the outside world take it for granted. If it were Austin and the others in the other world, given a chance to reunite, let alone face and dignity, they would be willing to risk their lives. Speaking of Austin, Wayne felt confused again. Seeing that it was time to get off work, he picked up the dazed high priest and took him home. He comforted him with a few sweet words before driving to Landau Manor. During the family dinner, Wayne was filled with joy when he looked at everyone. Not only was Veronica unbearable, but both he and Megan felt a little creepy. Austin frowned slightly. Others were not clear about it. He knew that Wayne had entered the other world. With such complicated eyes, I am afraid that the Landau family in the other world has become a tragedy. Without saying anything else, he gave Wayne a look and asked him to sit in the study after finishing his meal. The camera turned to the study room. Megan stood inside the door and set up a soundproof barrier. Wayne not only came by himself, but also called he and Veronica. This made Austin quite puzzled. Since it is a tragedy, it should not be shared with everyone. People. Vaguely, Austin felt like he was going to fly tonight. Soaring into the sky. A few days ago, I was cleaning up demons and unfortunately fell into the other world. Don't worry, he's back. The other world is an apocalyptic world full of negative information. Wars between churches, wars between countries, and mutual killing between people have destroyed that world. Even a passerby like me feels a strong sense of despair. The Landau family there are having a hard time. The last time the world was restarted was about 2 years ago. Let's start with Veronica's graduation ceremony. When she was annihilating the Death Church stronghold, she was cursed. Due to the influence of negative information, Willie's transformed William was kicked out of the team. Without him to show the way, he would not have met me. Wait a minute, what do you mean I didn't meet you without Willie's guidance? Veronica was not convinced. There was something wrong with the logic of her words. Those who didn't know better thought that Willie came first, as if she had snatched Willie's boyfriend. It turns out that she was the one who came first. Wayne insisted that it was officially stamped and he cleared Willie's name. Willie is the same on the outside, she falls in love at first sight, no matter which world she is in, she will give it to her for free, and Wayne is on her side this time. Veronica was even more dissatisfied. This was not what Wayne said before. Thinking of an article in her diary, she crossed her arms and turned her head to look aside. Diary: when a man and a woman are late for a date, there are only two possibilities, having slept with each other or having slept with each other. It was obvious that Wayne had slept with him. Bah, scumbag. Veronica was unhappy and wanted to coax her. Wayne smiled, held her hand in his palm and said, "You and Chris went to the small town of Cafano alone, and there was no news after that. I think it was a mistake. There it is." Wayne looked at Sci-fi. "Teacher, I am a Death Knight in the other world. Influenced by the negative information, I single-handedly rushed into the London branch headquarters of the Church of Nature and killed everyone, including you." Sci-fi nodded, not surprised. The fortune teller mentioned this during the divination in the frozen continent. Her destiny has changed. The past future is not her current future. Moreover, the tragedy happened in the other world. The Wayne in the outer world is her eldest son. She doesn't have much sense of belonging, so she sounds indifferent. Not only are they not angry, but they are also extremely curious about how the father and son, Wayne and Austin, get along in the real world. Seeing Wayne's apologetic face, Sci-fi smiled and held him in her arms, and said in a strange tone, "You did something wrong in the other world because you were affected by negative information. Unlike some people, there is no negative information in the outer world." The Lundam division of the church was also bulldozed. "Alston, you have somewhat of a double standard. It was somewhat unreasonable to reason with a woman who was protective of her calf." Austin said nothing and just thought that it was someone else who was causing Ziffy's weirdness. Wayne broke free from the restraints and said, "Austin and Wayne in the other world have been fighting for almost 2 years. Neither the Dark Knight nor the Death Knight can do anything to the other. Wayne is considered a genius for the time being, and his growth rate is extremely fast. Austin's strength comes from pain, and after losing his wife and daughter, he tasted the pain of despair." Having said this, he paused and continued, "He became paranoid and crazy, and wanted to kill Wayne at all costs. When I met him, he almost killed me thinking he was Wayne." Hearing this, Sci-fi felt secretly distressed. Even with dragon blood, she is a bit arrogant at heart. It was impossible to expect her to praise Austin for his dedication. She looked over with a cold look, "You bastard, you can kill your own family." "I don't think so. You're wrong. Is there a possibility that I am avenging you? Austin's whole body is not well. What's wrong with this? He is a positive character, okay." "Impossible, you have found the wrong person." Austin made a long face. "This is the rhythm." Wayne closes the door, "The big one is coming." After proving duplicity, I helped Austin kill Wayne. "Who killed it?" Veronica asked. "Austin. How could I kill Wayne? That would be suicide." Wayne smiled, "Even if I have the ability, I can't do it. Austin in the other world must do it. His hatred for Wayne can only be repaid with blood." He and Veronica both glared at Austin, the bastard who killed her son/fiancé. Austin didn't say anything. Wayne had already made up his mind. What he said at this time was that he was not human inside and out. By the way, he also chopped Wayne's body into minced meat, and a cloud of darkness rose up. Among the ashes flying in the sky, he laughed until he cried. Wayne told the story impartially. Pertinent, objective, to the point, consistent with the character's psychology and behavioral logic, and not black for the sake of black. Again, Wayne respects the Austin in this world and would like to call him a pure man. Sci-fi and Veronica don't think so. They have never experienced the despair of the other world. What Wayne said is just a story to them. Although they feel sorry for Austin in the other world, it does not affect them from continuing to glare. Sci-fi, in particular, looked at her son with joy eyes and blinks. Her fists are itching, give her a reason to let the bastard go. I saw Queen Sophia in the other world, and she was also in Landau Manor. Asshole. In the middle of Wayne's words, thunder exploded in his ears and glass shards flew all over the sky. Looking up again, let alone Austin, there are no sofas to sit on. Megan was gone too, jumped out of the window, chased into the woods and waited for Austin to fall from the sky. She can always pick up the ball. Wayne nodded and continued, Queen Sophia evolved her own divine blood in the apocalypse, and formed an alliance with the Dark Knight Austin. She was rejected for many marriage proposals, and Austin never took her seriously. He. You got up early, you should wait for Wayne to finish speaking before taking action. Forget it, after all the beatings, if the bastard takes a step back, she won't care. Megan picked up the ball very quickly today. She felt that there was a plot of her own, and she was afraid that she wouldn't hear it, so she picked up the ball as quickly as possible and returned to the study. Wayne continued, because the teacher left early, Austin was depressed all day long and could not escape the shadow of his wife's death. Aunt May turned into Hefe to make him happy, and then the two of them. Asshole, how dare you? There was another loud roar, and Wayne looked up again and saw an expressionless Megan jumping out of the window. I don't know if it was an illusion, but Megan seemed thoughtful and got some kind of inspiration. Aunt May, licking a dog will lead to a bad death. Wayne sighed, then what they were like before and what they are now. Austin didn't regard Aunt May as a teacher because of this face. He still only regarded her as a housekeeper and secretary. Only in the most painful moments. Sometimes, I can get some spiritual comfort through this face. He. Did you do this on purpose? Teacher, you are too anxious. The students haven't finished speaking yet. Wayne rolled his eyes. From the beginning to the end, he never said anything bad about Austin. He praised Austin's affection inside and outside his words. He had no intention of looking at the trapeze, not at all. As for why Austin flew twice in a row, he didn't quite understand. It might have been a little game between the couple. The upper-class society is too deep, and he is still a child and cannot understand it. Before Megan came back, Wayne continued, after killing Wayne, Austin lost the motivation to live and was about to commit suicide for love. I stopped him. There is also a family member in the Landau family, Aunt May. Even if she dies, I'm afraid Aunt May won't be able to survive. What happened next? Veronica held her breath and concentrated. It was so cruel. She felt distressed and curious about the development of the story. Sci-fi looked unconcerned and at the same time pricked up her ears. I don't know. Then I left and met the natural knight who came to attack on the outskirts of Londam. There was a big battle, but the Dark Knight didn't show up, and Megan didn't come either, Wayne lamented. It was an open ending. In his mind, Austin had already committed suicide, and Megan had committed suicide. He would not guide Veronica and He as to how they viewed the ending. Not to mention how distressed Sci-fi was when she heard this, but well, it was absolutely impossible to expect her to be nice to Austin. She clenched her fists and walked to the window, angrily saying, "Asshole, you only care about yourself, you are too selfish." Megan treats him as such for the motivation to survive, he ignored it. It sounded so nice, as if she was really thinking about Megan. If she hadn't been laughing all the time, I would have almost believed it. Watching Sci-fi disappear out of the window, Veronica curled her lips. I bet, if you change the story, for example, Austin did not commit suicide and lived well for Megan, she would definitely look angrier than anyone else. Ah, how can you talk like that? Show some respect. That's my mother. Wayne was very dissatisfied. Yes, I was picked up. Veronica, you were not picked up. You are my girlfriend who I met outside. Veronica punched Wayne in the face and said angrily, "Boring third-rate story. The heroine died at the beginning. It's not interesting at all. I'm going back to sleep. You are not allowed to bother me tonight. Do you understand?" "I understand. I'll find you at 1 in the morning." "Why so late?" "You punched me. I wrote a similar story in my diary." "That's right." Veronica pushed the door and left angrily. "If you can't see him before 10 o'clock, don't see him again." In the grove, crackling sounds rang out. Unlike the usual forceful and heavy, today he was a little more tactful and restrained. Maybe Sci-fi was happy. Today he beat him for half an hour longer. When Wayne saw Austin again, it was already 9 o'clock in the evening. Study room. Megan stood outside the door and set up a soundproof barrier, and the father and son began a formal meeting inside the house. Austin took off his coat and shirt, and the bandages were layered inside and outside, just like a mummy-making scene. One eye exposed outside the gauze stared at Wayne, puzzled. "It's strange that you didn't take the opportunity to frame me today. Or are you going to take action when I let my guard down, and the big one is still to come? It's as if I have framed you before." Wayne curled his lips. "It was a pity for the camera, otherwise it would come in handy. If you are worried, I still have a few discarded versions here, all of which vividly describe your happiness in the other world. How about calling the teacher over?" Seeing that Austin didn't speak, he probably gave in. Wayne cleared his throat and said solemnly, "There are no 3 chosen knights of Delane, Mura, and Leo in the other world. I met Delane, and she confirmed this. A demigod-level warrior cannot be copied by a mirror. When I met Austin, I asked if our black cat Monica was still there. He shook his head and said Monica had not been copied. X3. Austin played with the ancient silver coin in his hand and said in a deep voice, "Is there any way to deal with this black cat? Didn't you try many ways before, but none of them worked? Why do you ask this suddenly?" Wayne was surprised. He remembered that Austin had suspected the black cat, because no matter whether it was mailed or stuffed into a cement barrel and sunk in the river, the black cat could always return to Landau Manor intact, so he gave up. The past is the past, and the present is the present. If you couldn't solve it before, maybe you can now. Austin looked at Wayne and said, "You are more precious than me, and your attraction to Monica is far stronger than mine. Take it back to the Wayne house, and maybe it won't come back. Speak up. Where is the teacher? I suddenly remembered that I forgot a few important plots just now. I am very serious, I am not kidding. You are not only more precious than me, but also more powerful than me. I can't solve Monica, but you may have a way," Austin said. "You think too highly of me. I went out for a walk, and then I realized how big the world is, and how weak I am." Wayne sighed. Austin frowned. "No wonder you look a lot more mature, because of the tragedy of the other world. On the one hand, there is another very important thing, there is a monster in the other world." Wayne lowered his voice and said, "I don't know what that monster is, I only know that his life essence is very powerful. I can't pollute him," and the Moonlight Knight Delane was also scared by his powerful power and fled, and I almost couldn't come back. Details. It's like this. Wayne recounted the situation in the other world, and told Austin all the plots that he didn't tell to Sci-fi and Veronica, such as Sun Knight William and Natural Knight Senna, which surprised Austin. If these two are real candidate knights, the power of the Landau family will usher in another wave of expansion. You kid not only has the physique to attract demons, but also the physique to attract knights. Don't you really consider sucking cats? After hearing the end, Austin was silent, his scalp tingling, and he said, "According to your speculation, after the collapse of the inner world, all the negative information was obtained by that monster. He has a strength that surpasses that of a demigod, and it is very likely that he is a god. To be precise, a new god that has never appeared. Wayne is very sure that being stronger than Delane is not scary. What is scary is that Mo failed in his attempt to pollute the other party, which is something that Tokugai, the follower of the ancient god, has not done. It is a bit absolute that he has never appeared. Perhaps it is a defeated god hiding in the inner world. This possibility cannot be ruled out. Delane will report this to the Moonlight Goddess. Remember to ask her about the situation. Austin frowned and said unhappily, after all, she is the Knight of the Moonlight Goddess. Find a way to take her down and make her obey you. There will be another reliable intelligence route. Speak. It's too aggrieved. I can't do it. Well, your face is indeed more mature than before. You are listening to novels at Bless Up channel. Wish you happiness and luck. Please subscribe to receive new novels. How do you feel about this novel? Please like and leave a comment. Restarting the Myth. Author, Fengchao Huang. Chapter 363. At noon the next day, Wayne left Landau Manor. Regarding the black cat Monica, Austin was helpless, and Wayne also spread his hands. He could not deal with it. This cat was too weird. The origin and identity were unknown. The only thing we knew was that Monica could not be copied by the mirror, and at least had the life essence of a demigod. Wayne wanted to give her evolution, but he was afraid of stirring up a hornet's nest and attracting more powerful unknown life. On the bright side, Monica has always been very honest and behaved like a cat. If she was caught and forced to be petted, she would only scratch wildly and did not show any intention of hurting people. The only thing it changed was the subconscious of the Landau family members. Except for Wayne and Austin, no one else thought Monica was special. For example, Megan. Every time Wayne and Austin talked about Monica in the soundproof barrier, Megan listened to it and turned her head and forgot it. After leaving Landau Manor, Wayne drove to the laboratory base. When he had an all-night chat with Veronica last night, the relationship between the noble siblings was upgraded to that of a prince and a princess. After the peace was settled, he remembered that he really had a princess on hand. She had been in the laboratory for a week, and the time was almost covered with spider webs. Wayne pushed open the door and saw Juno in the living room outside the laboratory. The latter was lying on the sofa with her head up, reading a newspaper. She was only wearing a hospital gown, with her legs crossed, and looked quite comfortable. During the days when Wayne was away, Mona sent food, newspapers, and magazines to Juno so that she would have something to eat and not starve to death. In fact, it didn't matter if she didn't send food. Juno had been contaminated by Wayne a long time ago. She would not be hungry or tired. But because of the defensive measures imposed by Wayne, Juno herself was not aware of it. She only regarded the bird angel as a combat form and mistakenly believed that humans normally had the need to eat and sleep. "Oh my God, you are finally here. I thought you had forgotten me." Juno stood up with tears in her eyes. Putting aside her identity as a princess of a fallen country, she is a princess knight and a powerful person with the cultivation of a golden mage. She has no shortage of suitors wherever she goes, but she is repeatedly defeated by Wayne. She is called upon and dismissed. She uses it when she thinks of it, and throws it into the warehouse to collect dust when she doesn't think of it. She feels that her self-esteem has been seriously trampled. Is this the latest play? He has become so high class just after becoming a prince. What will happen in the future? Juno was sarcastic, and Wayne did not answer. He just said that he was busy with his girlfriend recently and really couldn't spare the time. Can't you handle it in a week? Well, if I don't finish in the morning and rush in the afternoon, a week is really not enough. Juno looked envious and jealous. She had seen a few of Wayne's girlfriends. Let's not talk about other things. She had seen the photo of the high priest of the Moonlight Church. His figure, appearance, and temperament were so good. She was so greedy. Brother Wayne, we are all family. If you are too busy, just ask me and I will help you. No need. I often tell the people below that as long as you can endure hardships, there will be endless hardships. I set an example and I can always endure hardships. Wayne declined. It is because of people like you that there are more and more gays in London, and the social atmosphere has been corrupted by you. Juno wanted to suffer for him. Don't talk nonsense. With or without me, London is still a bird. Let's make a deal. I am not bad looking. Let me stay at your house. Juno put away the hem of her hospital gown, leaned sideways to form an S-shaped curve, and her long legs were really attractive. A princess who was defeated and captured, a female knight who swore to die and never surrendered, an angel halo, a body that repels the opposite sex, and a fiancé who disguises himself as a man. How about it? Are you moved? The Queen's family has always been able to have a lot of personality attributes. Queen Sophia is, and so is Juno. You also missed a character who is a rebellious girl. Wayne rolled his eyes and was about to refuse, but suddenly he thought of something, raised his hand and touched his chin, and criticized Juno twice. Don't say it, she is indeed quite pretty. No way, are you serious? Juno looked confused. Why, you can't do it again. Not that I can't do it. It was Juno's turn to roll her eyes, and she said with reason, you have been with your girlfriends for a week, and you have no idea. It is impossible for you to be interested in me suddenly. You just want to get benefits from me. No, I am really obsessed with your beauty. Wayne was very aggrieved. Even if you don't believe me, at least you should be confident in your beauty. You, Juno, will never be inferior to others in your life. Stop talking nonsense, just say what you want, unless you are willing to marry me and let our child be king, otherwise everything else is business. I have my eyes on your fiancée Elisa, let her come to London to accompany me. You have your eyes on Elisa's divine blood. Your Majesty, you are getting smarter and smarter, Wayne praised. This is why he doesn't like Juno. Also smart, Juno is sharp, and forbearance is also for greater interests, unlike Willie, who is willing to suffer for her friends. When she should pretend to be stupid, she is really stupid. Juno didn't say anything, frowned and weighed the pros and cons, and shook his head after a moment. Elisa and I are tied together. You can only get her if you get me. If you want her divine blood, you must get past me first. The store only does buy one get one free business, and does not sell single items. Either you take all or none. After talking about it, they returned to the marriage. Give up, I'm not interested in your and your fiancé's bodies, I care about the results of the experiment. You both have the blood of heaven, you can awaken your angel blood, call her over, the ultimate beneficiary is you, Wayne advised. You're a pervert, buy one get one free and you don't want it, am I that bad? Juno was very unconvinced. This is not a question of shame, it involves dignity, she must ask for an explanation for herself. Just say whether you will call or not. Call. Juno nodded with a dark face, putting aside dignity. Wayne was right, Elisa awakened her blood, the beneficiary is her, there is no doubt about that. As for whether Elisa will be locked up in the basement by Wayne after she comes, Juno is still very relieved about this. If she is really locked up in the basement, things will be simpler. Thinking about being left out for a week, the more she thinks about it, the angrier she gets. Juno has mysterious confidence in Wayne. Elisa has reminded her many times, but she just won't change. This time is no exception. At Wayne's request, she immediately contacted the other party and asked the other party to arrive in London as quickly as possible. Let's go to the laboratory. It's time to help you upgrade your bloodline. I don't understand. What's the benefit of doing this? Austin means that he wants to compensate Queen Sophia. After all, rebellion is not his original intention. It was the Queen who pressed too hard, and he had no way to retreat, so he drove the Windsor family off the throne. Wouldn't it be better to compensate Mother directly? Then the queen should have an idea. I don't believe you. 3 days later, Alyssa timidly came to the port of London and was taken to the laboratory by a black car. She was accompanied by the Princess Elizabeth. Elizabeth is a puppet made of a semi-finished philosopher's stone. She only knows some simple conversations. If she wants to answer fluently and behave like a lifelike living person, someone must be controlling her. When Juno left Paris, she handed the work to Alyssa. Now Alyssa is here too, and Elizabeth cannot be left behind. Otherwise, a beautiful and unresisting Princess Windsor would stay alone in Frank, who has a century-old friendship with Windsor. The result is predictable. When he went back, there was already a long queue at the ticket window at the door. Wayne was happy to get the new divine blood, and the Holy Grail purified the blood, enriched his experimental data, and was more confident about Chris's evolution. Research was also of great benefit to him. Strangely enough, every time he worked on research data, his own evolution speed would speed up, especially experiments involving the essence of life, which were much more efficient than meditation. If this is the correct way to open the cultivation of higher life, it is understandable that the dark goddess wants to study him, and the concept of heaven can also be regarded as a huge laboratory. By analogy, the kingdom of gods and the complex bloodline branches of dragons can all be explained in this way. December 3, the last month of 1939. Wayne chartered a boat to send Juno and his 3 daughters away. The cooperation was very pleasant and he hoped to continue next time. Juno also felt very happy. She and Alyssa both evolved and could unlock new postures. If Wayne needs her next time, she will be there at any time. Before leaving, Wayne gave Juno a task to investigate the situation in Paris's magic world. The old revolutionary area was very chaotic. Before that person split up, there were already many churches, and the interests were complicated. Now the devil has intervened again. I don't know how many believers have been secretly developed, which has brought an epic strengthening to the already chaotic situation. If that line of defense cannot be defended, the Prussian army will hold a Tour de France tank rally. How chaotic it will be at that time, Wayne's scalp tingles when he thinks about it. Put a chess piece first, so as not to be in the dark when the time comes, and he, a stinky outsider, will be fooled by the local Genbei banner. There is no hurdle in life that cannot be overcome. After you overcome it, there is another hurdle. After sending the 3 women away, Wayne invested his limited time in unlimited research. Before purifying the divine blood for Chris, he also had to study the flesh and blood of the star beast and accumulate more experimental materials. During this period, he squeezed out some time to accompany Wing. It is the right way to combine work and rest. You can't always work hard. That night, Wayne was working hard at the home of Saint Anastasia. Since he lost control of himself that night, he fell into an infinite cycle of desire and guilt. Today is the same. After the perfect curtain call, he began to reflect on himself again. Anastasia smiled and said nothing. She walked into the bathroom with her beautiful figure wrapped in the sheets. According to Wayne's request, she destroyed the body to avoid being tasted by the dark goddess. Although it sounds weird, you have to be on guard, just in case the dark goddess really comes. Wayne, who was lamenting that he had harmed Anastasia, suddenly had a shock of spirit, raised his hand and touched his chest, his face full of surprise and ecstasy. 45 days, half a month longer than the 30 days I expected, it finally worked. Wayne reached into his chest and took out a dark, beating heart. The part of the mind of the dark goddess Idnis persisted for a month and a half, but was eventually succumbed to the erosion and completely turned into Wayne's shape. She enjoyed the same treatment as Senna, completely polluted, with no possibility of turning back, unlike Anastasia, who could occasionally resist but still welcome. Part of the goddess's mind was limited to the mind, and there was no physical body. Wayne merged the mind with white foam, and because of the powerful life essence of the dark goddess, the two merged into this black heart. The outer dark skin and the inner void life essence, it is hard to say whether the dark goddess has evolved or has been assimilated by the white foam and taken another path. From Wayne's perspective, it is assimilation and evolution, and from the perspective of the dark goddess, it is another possibility. This heart has an unparalleled temptation to the dark goddess, and it is much more precious than Wayne's genetic information. The black light squirms, the black foam gushes and spreads, and reshapes a beautiful figure in a black robe in front of Wayne. The long hair as dark as the night falls like a waterfall, soft and silky, flickering with a faint light, as if gently floating in the wind, with a strange and charming rhythm. Tall figure, cold and noble temperament. On the beautiful face, the deep dark eyes have infinite gravity, which makes people feel a contradictory charm between fascination and fear. In any case, little Wayne will not lie. Wayne can still be a human being instead of throwing himself into the arms of the ancient gods early. He has made great contributions and has an important role that cannot be ignored. Idnisa's lips curled up charmingly, but her eyes were cold and ruthless, blending the two styles of abstinence and imprisonment, which seemed to be both a temptation and a warning. Wayne nodded secretly, worthy of being the unique dean in his mind, who quickly attacked the poor students and added a critical strike. Seeing Wayne waving his hand, Idnis sat next to him with a look of disgust. Her eyes were like looking at a lowest level life garbage at the end of the evolutionary sequence. Obviously she disliked him very much, but she had to commit herself to him. The dean really understood Wayne. Wayne, I finally let you succeed, but don't be too happy too soon. You only imprisoned part of my thinking. Sooner or later, you will pay the price for this, Idnis said coldly. Saying cold words, with a disgusted expression, she tilted her head and leaned on Wayne's shoulder, looking indignant and helpless. Wayne rubbed his hands, patted his waistline and said, "Go stand in the corner, who told you to sit down? You will regret it." Idnis quickly stood up and came to Wayne as if escaping. "Too close, blinded my eyes." Wayne pushed Idnis away a little. Although the dean was good, he didn't have extra interest now, and said bluntly, "Idnis, how much memory do you still have in this part of your mind, how much strength do you retain?" "Most of the memories have been taken away, and I have completely forgotten some important secrets. As for strength..." Idnis raised her hand, and her slender fingers gently waved, and the dark power she attracted was daunting. "Very strong. Not as strong as Wayne imagined, it feels like he is on par with Delane. Considering the opponent's strong life level, the quality is far higher than the chosen knight. If they really fight, Delane will definitely be locked in the basement. Do you still have any memories of the other world? Be more specific." "Forget it, I'll see for myself." Wayne narrowed his eyes slightly, and his thoughts flowed into Idni's body. The latter showed all her memories and let Wayne go in and out. After some exploration, Wayne curled his lips in disappointment. The dark goddess obviously kept a trick. Knowing that she could not escape the fate of being polluted, she deleted the browser records overnight to keep her innocence in the world. The remaining part of her thoughts was just a vase, which was not very useful except for her beauty. A vase that beats demigods. Good news, I got a very powerful trump card. Bad news, I can't let this trump card meet the dark goddess, otherwise the latter will take it back at any time. Idnis didn't have any of the secrets that Wayne wanted. Most of her huge memories were insignificant trivia, especially the taboo topics about gods, which were all deleted. Wayne looked helplessly at the dark female elf in front of him. The setting of a thug and puff is very good, but he needs a knowledgeable and talented dean of teaching, and this puff uses part of his body, which makes him a Japanese. At this time, the bathroom door opened. When Anastasia saw the scene in the bedroom, the smile on her face froze. She was shocked to find that she had caught the two leaders having a tryst and secretly having an affair, and quietly closed the door. Then pushed it open again. "No, there is no affair, it is clearly trouble. Anastasia's face was pale. She knew very well the relationship between Wayne and the Dark Goddess. It was definitely not the goddess who cheated on people in the world as Yvonne misunderstood. Wayne and the Dark Goddess fought openly and secretly, each holding the other's handle, and Wayne was still the weaker party. Wayne's only advantage is that the Dark Goddess cannot come to the world. The goddess came, Wayne lost his advantage. I am afraid tonight. Anna, come here, I will introduce you to a sister. Wayne waved his hand and interrupted his wild thoughts. Anastasia. Who am I? Where am I? Did I faint and not wake up yet? The saint walked closer with the bed sheet in her pocket. One was the former leader and the other was the current leader. She didn't know how to talk. What qualifications does she have to be my sister? She is just a vessel for me to come to the world. Now this vessel has been polluted and its final value no longer exists. Idina sneered twice. Anastasia lowered her head, not understanding what happened in the house. She asked in her mind, eager to know the answer. The saint looked quite aggrieved when she lowered her head, as if she was a punching bag. Wayne couldn't stand this. He patted his legs and asked her to sit on the whip. He said to Idanis, "This is the master's order. From now on, you must listen to Anna in everything. You must do whatever she tells you to do." Speaking of this, Wayne gave Anastasia a look and explained the cause and effect. After learning that Faith had subdued part of the Dark Goddess's thinking, Anastasia expressed admiration, but it was really difficult for her to boss her former leader around. After all, she is a goddess who has been worshipped for nearly 100 years, so she should at least have some respect. "Wayne, do you want me to descend on her and let you experience the joy of conquering the darkness?" Idnis narrowed her eyes and spoke with a cold light in her eyes. Those who didn't know better thought it was a threat. Ah, this. Wayne blinked, and for a moment, his heart moved. No, the Dark Goddess may come to Anna at any time. Once your mind enters, it is very likely that the Dark Goddess will take you back to the kingdom of God for research. Wayne shook his head and refused. You can choose another saint. I'm not that bored. Are you sure? Wayne was stunned by the question, and after a moment, he shook his head with difficulty, thinking that doing it was another matter, and he would discuss it later when he fell. Yes, you have withstood the temptation, and your despicable image in my mind has barely improved a little. Idnis raised her hand to show the distance between her fingertips, and her words were full of ridicule. While speaking, he glanced at little Wayne. X2. Anastasia, boss, are you sure this is the thought of the Dark Goddess? Has it not been transferred? Wayne, I'm a little unsure now. Wayne frowned and looked at Idnis. When he first captured part of the Dark Goddess's thoughts, he thought it was a big victory. Looking back, he always felt that the Dark Goddess had used her trick and the other party had other plans. Thinking of some possibility, he said, Idanis, can you sense the kingdom of darkness? Can the goddess of darkness take you back to the kingdom of God at any time? I have been exiled by myself and cannot enter the kingdom of God. As for whether I can find me, /. Idnis glanced at Wayne and reminded, don't underestimate any god, especially if your strength is not comparable to that of the gods. If it were me, I would definitely be targeting you. What would the Dark Goddess do? I don't know. The memories related to you have been tampered with. My own memory loss has also led to deviations in the logic of my thinking. It is difficult for me to answer this question accurately. If I have to say it. Idnis glanced at Wayne with disdain. Although you are trash, a humble life at the lowest level, you still have some merits. If I can get you, I can accept it no matter how high the price is. Okay, stop showing off. Wayne's scalp was numb when he heard it, and he strongly suspected that this was also part of the Dark Goddess's training play. Suddenly, he thought of something, stood up and dressed. Follow me to the West End Cemetery. I picked up the bones of a dark night before. You may be able to live on it. The body now, I have a headache looking at it. Aren't you afraid that I will suddenly come and take away your thoughts, and you will get nothing? Idnis smiled. KN. How can 1,000 days prevent a thief? Besides, she is a god. Wayne got dressed under Anastasia's service and pinched Idnis's face. Play with her. One day, she will become like you. Idnis was breathing rapidly and her face was slightly flushed. Wayne, I want you more and more. Wayne frowned slightly, and after scanning his mind, he confirmed that it was not the dark goddess, and then put away his suspicion. West End Cemetery. The mist fills the air of death dances around the phosphorescent light, and the gloomy atmosphere makes the living feel deeply uncomfortable. Anastasia felt uncomfortable when she saw Idnis and did not follow. Wayne came to an unnamed tombstone, raised his hand and clapped it, and a coffin broke out of the ground. The coffin lid opens, revealing the remains of the former Dark Knight inside. Through Idnis' memory, Wayne learned the knight's name, Vichy. Idnis still had the same arrogant demeanor, and was very dissatisfied with the body of the host knight, and expressed her willingness to humiliate herself and live in the body of the filthy second-hand Saint Anastasia. Wayne rolled his eyes and pretended not to hear, waving his hand to tell her to hurry up. The black foam peeled off and fell to the ground, turning into rotten black ooze. Idnis's mind entered the knight's skeleton and reshaped the flesh and blood with her thoughts. When the facial features were reshaped, she maintained Wei Zi's true appearance. It is a recognition of this knight. The former Dark Knight eldest sister is described as cold, colder than Delane's iceberg face, and as cold as a paralyzed face, because the inner Idnis adds a bit of mystery and arrogance to this cold face. When he looked at Wayne, his eyes were seductive and full of provocation. Okay, don't stare. After all, I am a knight working for you. Please put on your clothes first. Wayne turned around and looked northwest of London with great interest. The surprises tonight are really coming one after another. Another goddess has come to join me. Who? The sky goddess Sarogia, your former best friend. After some calculations by you, she finally figured it out. Sarogia's face flashed before Wayne's eyes. She was stubborn and stupid, not very smart. I wonder if this proud goddess realized that the god of storm and thunder does not exist in this world after leaving the small dark room. Restarting the myth. Author, Fengchao Huang. Chapter 364. Night. The moonlight is like a silver sword, penetrating the dense darkness and illuminating the lone figure. The sky goddess Alaxia, wearing a black robe, walked alone on the misty streets of London. She had been asleep for too long and was seriously out of touch with this era. At this time, everything she saw seemed extremely fresh. A car passing by the street would make her stop and look for a long time. This world is changing so fast, I can't recognize it at all. Salaxia murmured, and the cold wind blew, and she subconsciously wrapped her robe around her body. It was not the body that was cold, but the heart. She had it so hard. In the heavenly palace, she stared at the little octopus, and she didn't see Bruce, the Lord of the Void, jump out of the bushes for a long time. As proud as she was, she realized that the other party didn't take her seriously at all. Salaxia was angry, and her complicated mind was full of bitterness. Thinking of herself withering in long sleep, thinking of the Lord of Storm and Thunder achieving godhood, thinking of herself being described as a dirty old witch in the others' books, she trembled and stretched out her hand, letting the white foam devour her thoughts. The Lord of the Void trampled on her dignity and was not a good thing, but the Lord of Storm and Thunder must die. As long as revenge can be achieved, she would not hesitate to fall. With a heart of revenge, Salaxia successfully transferred to the Void life, passing through the layers of white foam seals, and her heart became even more bitter. Looking at the means of the Lord of the Void, it can be seen that she had no choice. The other party may not care about her, but he has never been ready to let her go. The pride of the goddess was devalued. Saloxia stepped into the human world and followed the induction of faith. She went all the way to London. She saw a strange world, everything was new and strange, and she lost her way as she walked. Saloxia could directly connect with faith with her mind, but she didn't do so. Her remaining pride didn't allow her to do so. She wanted the Lord of the Void to come to her. This was her last stubbornness. From the perspective of passers-by, this was a technical worker who went out at night. He stopped and started to solicit customers. He covered his head and face to avoid being caught by local snakes. Of course, it could also be a novice on the road. The private car suddenly became a taxi to pick up passengers. The psychological gap was too big. He was afraid of being recognized by acquaintances, so he covered his face. Thinking of this, passers-by felt sad for her. It was all because of this economic downturn. The devil named Money waived the bill and drove a housewife out of the house in the middle of the night. Alcoholic husband, sick children, aggressive landlord, hypocritical principal. And she was about to fall apart. No, I have to help her. XN. The passers-by touched their pockets. Although they couldn't help her all at once, it was okay to send her a warm harbor for temporary landing. Love at first sight was still possible. Just when a few sanctimonious people were about to ask if they could get a discount for group purchase, a black luxury car stopped in front of Saloxia. The car door opened, Saloxia exclaimed in surprise, and got into the car. The headlights faded away, leaving indignant passers-by. Damn, it's not a newly transferred taxi, but a shameful play of a noble lord. The black car drove towards the manor of the dark saint. The car was driving very slowly. In the passenger seat was the dark goddess Idnis with a Vichy face, lying sideways on the chair, tilting her head to look at Saloxia in the back seat, with a playful smile, and her eyes full of joy of successful training. Wayne turned left at the intersection in front of him, glanced at the rearview mirror, and said slowly, "Saloxia, we meet again. You didn't even say thank you when you saw the master coming to greet you. This is not the performance of a qualified retainer." In the back seat, Saloxia lowered her head, with a hood covering her face as if she had no face to see anyone. Hearing this, his body stiffened, and he stammered, not knowing how to speak. "Just call me boss, you will work hard for me in the future, and I will take you to evolve together, we will get what we need, and it will be mutually beneficial." Wayne handed over the pancake and chicken soup, and his skills became more and more proficient. "Wayne, you are too polite to your employees. Believe me, if you are soft-hearted, you will not be a good leader. She will become unbridled and will gradually not listen to your orders. One day, she will even restrain you and ride on you to bully you. It will be hard to say who will be the master at that time," Idnis said sarcastically. Because she used the face of the former Dark Knight Wise, Saloxia only felt familiar, and did not recognize this old friend at the first time. When she heard what the other party said, she just bowed her head and said nothing. "In your opinion, what should I do?" Wayne raised his eyebrows. "You should pretend to be powerful and use tough means to dampen her spirit, so that she can recognize the current situation and avoid having wild thoughts in the future." Idnis chuckled, looking at her arrogant look. "It is obvious that she has not adjusted her attitude. Let her offer her purity. Only after she has tasted the bitterness will she learn to be obedient." Saloxia looked up and glared at Idnis. She noticed that Wayne, who was driving, did not speak and seemed to be thinking about the feasibility. She hurriedly said, "Boss, don't listen to her nonsense. I have chosen your evolutionary path. I can't and will not betray you. Having said that, it does not rule out the idea of betrayal. If loyalty is not absolute, it is absolutely disloyal. You still need to be trained." Idnis's eyes lit up, as if she saw a doll that she allowed her to dress up. The dean's personality was too bad. Even if Idnis was only part of her thinking, Even if most of the memory of this part of her thinking was deleted, the original personality was still inherited. Salogia glared at Idnis, scolding the bitch in her heart, and reiterated her loyalty. Since she had embarked on this road of no return, she had no intention of turning back. It is impossible to betray, she has given up that idea. Idnis frowned. Wayne, have you really polluted her thoroughly? Her character is not completely distorted. I want a goddess, not a slave girl. I allow her to retain her own will, not a vase that is only loyal and can't think, Wayne said truthfully. In any case, Salogia was once the goddess of the sky, and the respect she should give should still be given. Anyway, the other party has been polluted and it is impossible to betray. In this case, appropriately reducing constraints can stimulate ambition and help the team to generate heat. In other words, the leader left room for roles and let the people below move on their own. I see, you are training her, Idnis suddenly realized. This is called management. Wayne snorted, and everyone has their own opinions. With the evil taste of the dark goddess, everything looks like training. He said to Salogia, don't worry, being a dog for me is doomed to be oppressed, but life is worry-free and self-will can be preserved. I will not force you to do things you don't like. This is my promise to you, and it will always be effective. Salogia was about to nod when she heard Idnis say happily, don't take the initiative, don't refuse, but allow her to take the initiative. You are really training her. Shut up and don't make trouble here. Wayne rolled his eyes at Idnis. Unlike other followers, he strictly guarded this part of the dark goddess's thinking, which was the most thoroughly polluted and the most restricted. Idnis still showed a side that was different from other followers. She would not openly confront Wayne. She would come when he called her and go when he waved her away. She could roll on the bed 3 times with a hook of her hand. At first glance, there was nothing wrong, but facing other followers, such as Anastasia and Salogia, she would show a strong aggressive attitude. Wayne attributed this to the nature of the dark goddess, because he was the beneficiary of the catfish effect, which was in line with the leader's purpose of wanting the people below to roll up, so he did not stop it. Idnis was right, management is also a kind of KPI. The vehicle arrived at the Saint Manor, and Anastasia came in a long dress. Seeing the newcomer in the back seat, she gave Wayne a speechless look. There was an inexplicable feeling between the dependents, and Anastasia and Salogia understood each other's identity at first sight. Salogia, she is also a worker. Anastasia, boss, I know you can bear it, but do you have so much time? Wayne did not explain much, sat on the sofa and patted his legs, motioning Anastasia to sit by the whip. Idnis moved to the special seat, glared at Anastasia, and asked her to sit by the side. The latter faced the former leader and was cautious and did not dare to resist. Who told you to sit down? Stand aside. The face of the former Dark Knight was very fresh, but Wayne was not a person who liked new things and disliked old things. When he saw Anastasia was wronged, he was immediately unhappy. You are a dark goddess with low moral quality. Why are you on equal footing with the dark saint? Go and cool off. Wayne drove away Idnis, who snorted coldly, corrected Anastasia's family status, and introduced each other. Knowing that Salogia was a goddess who was removed from history, Anastasia worshipped her faith even more, first darkness and then sky. According to this trend, her faith will sooner or later be above all gods of faith. Salogia was shocked and said, "What, your name is Wayne, you are not Bruce, the Lord of the Void. How fresh, how can you use your real name when you go out, and you wanted to take over my body at that time?" Wayne shrugged. He always had a trumpet when he went out. He couldn't understand this reason. He deserved to fall in the battle of faith. Salogia clenched her fists, hating herself for being too naive. She turned her head and looked at Idnis, saying in disbelief, "Idnis, I didn't expect to meet you here. As far as I know, you have achieved the name of the Dark Goddess, and are no longer the Star Plague. Idonis, who has become a god, has been treated like a dog by Wayne. It seems that there is nothing wrong with her falling. Seeing that her former good sister had the same fate as herself, Sologia felt much more relieved. Wayne was so powerful that she had a greater chance of revenge. It's a good thing, not a loss of God. Sologia, you are too naive. Your vision is limited to the past. You don't understand what the current gods represent. I am just a polluted thought, far from the real dark goddess, Idonis said sarcastically, enjoying training her former good sister. After saying so much, you are still the same as me now. It's different. I dare to sleep with Wayne. Do you dare? What's the comparison? You are still proud? The self-indulgent little bitch, I misjudged you before. Soloxia did not dare to answer, and despised Idonis fiercely, and deleted her from the friend list and dragged her to the stranger category. I forgot to tell you that it was me who guided Wayne to find your resting place, and it was also me who tempted him to let you embark on this evolutionary path. Idonis continued to output, although I didn't expect you to take the initiative to put down your pride, you should thank me. Soloxia was furious when he heard this, and the boat of friendship turned upside down, slowly sinking like a submarine, gritting his teeth and said, "Boss, I want to fight her one-on-one. Come on, you must cry loudly when you are spanked." "Shut up, don't talk." Wayne banned Idonis from speaking, which was manifested by the latter's lips merging together and losing her mouth and unable to speak. He glanced at Sologia and said, "The request is rejected. Private fighting is not allowed. This is the rule I set." Wayne's move was to protect Sologia. She had been sleeping for too long, and her own law information was taken away. At this time, she was just an ordinary demigod and could not be Idonis's opponent. If you can't win the argument with your mouth, you will be abused by fighting. Just thinking about it makes you feel uncomfortable. "Boss, although I am new here, you favor her too much." Sologia didn't know that Wayne was doing this for her good. She only knew that Idonis could say whatever she wanted, and she also wanted such a status. Forget Anastasia's status. She couldn't get to the top because of the promotion device. So you know you're new here, and you want status without paying anything. The goddess of the sky is so powerful. Idonis raised her right hand, and a red lip split open on her palm. She continued, "There are also differences in closeness among relatives. You have no merit or contribution. Why should you be compared with me? I make Wayne happy every night." Idonis was very proud, and her beautiful eyes were full of teasing smiles. Wayne knew with his tentacles that she had started to train again. That's good. The leader likes this kind of black-hearted cotton. She is an indispensable and important villain in the team. Wayne didn't stop it, and Soloxia wilted on the spot. As a person who missed sleep, she really didn't have the qualifications to be compared with those who slept secretly. At this moment, she didn't want any family status. Wayne just didn't force her to make up for the sleep. This is her last bottom line. In the living room, Idnis was arrogant, just like the treacherous villain around the leader. The dark goddess's style was unbearable to look at, which made the saint who changed jobs feel upset. The believers did not understand the goddess, everything was imaginary, and the real goddess might not be even as good as ordinary people. Soloxia was repeatedly abused and urgently needed an opportunity to prove her worth. She took a deep breath and said, "Boss, where is the nearest wind and thunder church? I didn't find any trace of them along the way. What do you want to do? Are you ready for revenge before your injury is healed?" "No, I am your dependent. Without your permission, I will not provoke a war of faith without authorization. I just want to find out some intelligence so that you can have an absolute advantage before the war starts," Soloxia said loyally. "Life is not easy. In order not to be an apple, the stupid sky goddess has learned conversation skills. There is no war of faith. You underestimate me. Wayne closed his eyes. I once promised you that as long as you are loyal to me, I will give you a world without the god of storm and thunder. Remember? Remember? Saloxia nodded vigorously. She was willing to put down all her heavy work for this world. Now I give you this world. Wayne murmured, and under the puzzled gaze of Saloxia, he opened his eyes after a moment and breathed a sigh of relief. Okay, there is no god of storm and thunder in this world anymore. A string of question marks floated across Saloxia's forehead. She probably understood something, but the terrifying energy behind this possibility was far beyond her imagination, making her feel quite unreal. Not only is there no god of storm and thunder, there is no wind and thunder church or holy scripture, and even the Lord of storm and thunder has been removed from history. No one in the world remembers his name and glory anymore, Wayne said solemnly. You must be exhausted, using such a huge mind to change reality at one time. Idnise took out a black handkerchief from her bosom, took 2 steps forward, and wiped away the non-existent sweat on Wayne's face. Anastasia blinked, but she also joined the queue of asking about his well-being. It's okay, not as tired as you think, I'll be fine after a rest. Wayne hugged left and right, smiling like a god king. There is such a thing, I don't feel anything at all. Saloxia looked at Wayne in shock. He erased a god with just his mind, and modified time and everyone's memory. This power was beyond her imagination. Suddenly she felt a little redundant, and understood why the dark goddess rose to power with her beauty. Apart from her beauty, she was useless. Thinking of this, Saloxia felt that she was not bad. Wayne fulfilled his promise, and her revenge was achieved. The heavy stone fell, and she could look for new goals in the future. In a trance, Saloxia saw the scene of herself and Idonus being jealous of each other. She shook her head repeatedly to dispel this bad picture and warned herself not to fall. She must still have value in existence. As long as she is strong enough, faith will need her. In addition, you can't believe it blindly. What if Wayne makes fun of her? After all, the Lord of Storm and Thunder is the only villain in her mind. There is no reason to be easily erased by a wisp of thought. Go out to get some information and confirm that the other party has indeed disappeared. It will not be too late to believe it then. Saloxia, don't you believe me? Ah, no. Saloxia shook her head repeatedly. I really can't do anything about you. After all, words are not enough. I'll give you some evidence. Wayne patted his buttocks, asked the left and right sides to stand up, waved to Saloxia and said, come with me to the basement. I have a good treasure for you. Idonus laughed, which made Saloxia very alert, fearing that she would not be pure this time. What are you still standing there for? Come here. Saloxia moved her feet with difficulty, moving forward at a snail's pace. When she came to the door of the basement, she closed her eyes and paid tribute to her last stubbornness. Farewell, my bottom line. From today on, I will never be the same as before. What are you mumbling about? Wayne snorted coldly, interrupting Saloxia's fantastic thoughts. He probably guessed what the other party was thinking, which must be something very rude. Saloxia opened her eyes and saw 3 statues of gods, one large, one medium and one small, at the altar in the basement. Extra large cup, bah, the largest statue is the pale knight with a blurred face, the slightly smaller one is the pale nest in yellow clothes, and the smallest is the statue of the dark goddess. Representing Anastasia's final belief, superficial belief, and pre-belief respectively. Saloxia didn't know these twists and turns, and regarded the extra-large cup as Wayne, the medium cup as Idonus, and the large cup as another dependent. For a time, she was ashen. Her colleagues were very strong, and she had no advantages except for her good looks. Wayne stood in front of the altar and waved his hand to take out 4 sealed obelisks, 2 from begging and 2 from the dark goddess, all gifts from nature. Siloxia didn't see anything special about the obelisk until Wayne's mind connected and stuffed the compressed package over. The power of storm and thunder. Some of the information laws in it were very familiar to Siloxia. The treasure she had lost belonged to the laws of storm and thunder in the sky. Siloxia stretched out her hand tremblingly and looked at the obelisk close at hand. "Boss, is this the treasure you want to show? Otherwise, what do you think it is? I said I won't force you to do something against your will." "Will I go back on my word?" Wayne snorted coldly. At this moment, his figure was extremely tall in Siloxia's eyes. Siloxia was so ashamed that her whole face turned red. She said with shame, "I'm sorry, boss, I misunderstood you. I, I'm too vulgar." "You are not vulgar. In this room, your moral quality is enough to rank second." Wayne silently evaluated in his heart and said with a stern face, "If you know your mistakes, you must correct them. Idanis is a crazy woman. You believe her lies. You deserve to be deceived for a lifetime." "I was wrong." Siloxia was convinced and her upright back softened. She bowed and said, "You not only gave me a new life, but also gave me such a precious law. Please rest assured that no matter what you ask for in the future, whether it goes against my will or not, I will not refuse." "Really? From now on, 1 is 1 and 2 is 2. Don't say nice things in front of me." "I understand." Siloxia took a deep breath and straightened her back, facing her own shortcomings. When she looked at Wayne, there was a more worship than faith. "I just erased the existence of the Lord of Storm and Thunder, and studied the two laws by the way. There are many things I don't understand, such as the matching faith magic and how to maximize the power of the two laws." "You once had them. Tell me after sorting out the knowledge," Wayne said. "Please rest assured, I will never let you down," Siloxia nodded solemnly. In her opinion, Wayne could erase the traces of the Lord of Storm and Thunder in an instant, modify the reality of the entire world, and master the two laws and hand them over to her. His understanding of the laws must be better than hers. Euphemistically expressing the idea of learning is nothing more than saving her face and giving her a test. Newcomers must hand in perfect answers when they take up their posts. Only in this way can they prove their value. Don't be happy too early. The information about storm and thunder is not complete. There are only 4 obelisks here, and there are still information laws scattered outside that you need to find yourself," Wayne said. It was indeed a test. Siloxia nodded secretly, as expected, and was not surprised. With Wayne's permission, she unsealed the obelisk, absorbed the former laws to strengthen herself, and her aura became more hazy, arcs surged in her eyes, and her strength grew rapidly. Wayne secretly envied that Siloxia's foundation was still there, and a temporary decline would not affect her return to glory. On the contrary, although the Book of Greed can eat anything, it is only responsible for eating, and there is no instruction manual for the use of law information, which makes him only able to fly. The law must have its specific method of use. After a moment, Siloxia exclaimed lightly, with a puzzled look, and then suddenly realized, "Boss, the Lord of Storm and Thunder is not completely dead. Is this also a test you gave me?" "What the hell, he is still alive." Wayne's heart trembled, and he frowned slightly and said, "You saw it, you have a good eye. Since you know everything, then perform well, rely on yourself to avenge the previous shame, and take back all the lost glory. Thank you for your gift." Siloxia looked at Wayne with a glowing look, obviously fooled. "Study hard and try to find the God of Storm and Thunder as soon as possible. Whether you are a human or a god, you still have to rely on yourself in the end." Wayne gave a few words of encouragement as a leader, and finally warned, "Don't pay attention to Idnis. The angrier you are, the happier she is. She is not a complete dark goddess, and the body she uses is not her own. You should have seen the Dark Knight Wei Zi who failed to possess her body before." "Boss, you misunderstood. I didn't think of possessing her body before. Saloxia shook her head gently. At that time, her strength was far greater than mine, and I was seriously injured by her. Is this true? Wise is dead. She died in front of your house. This. Saloxia was even more confused. It shouldn't be like this. I fled back to the heavenly palace and destroyed the entrance and exit to prevent her from chasing me. There is no reason for her to die in front of my door. The death of the former Dark Knight is strange. Wayne narrowed his eyes. Tell me more about this. What happened at that time? Restarting the myth. Author, Fengchao Huang. Chapter 365. Living room. Wayne asked Saloxia to tell what happened at that time and confronted Idnis face to face. The detective encountered the secret room murder and couldn't help but want to get to the bottom of it. There is nothing to say about Saloxia's experience. She lost the battle of faith, her own laws were taken away, she was extremely weak, and she hid in the space she created to survive. I don't know how many years passed, but the Dark Knight Wei Zi came to kick down the door. One chased and the other ran away. Saloxia was injured and unable to fight back, and she closed the door in panic. As soon as he was covered with quilt, he was shivering. Later, Wayne came to visit, and Saloxia had no choice. She did not want to disappear and could only choose to take away Wayne. This time, I found myself a leader. Saloxia told the whole story. At this time, she was very loyal to Wayne. She was galloping on the road of a fanatic, saying that she would stick to the bottom line. Maybe Wayne would wave her and she would follow. Passive, needs a push. When Ednis heard this, a black light flashed in her eyes, and the meaning of her smile was unclear. I don't know, my memory is missing. Maybe I asked Wei Zi to find Saloxia, or maybe she made her own decision. As for the cause of her death, I don't even know the truth. Wayne frowned. As far as I know, the chosen knights take turns guarding the frozen continent and will not leave without permission without the oracle. If it wasn't your order, why did she suddenly go to the Republic of Ireland? Can't remember. Idnis shrugged. Then keep thinking. This matter has something to do with the three women present, and Anastasia is no exception. If Wei Zi hadn't suddenly gone offline and Austin had been reluctant to come online for a long time, she would not have temporarily replaced the Dark Knight, let alone after losing his body. His mind suffered for more than 10 years. Wiki kicked down the door and went straight to Saloxia. She was obviously going to her. It was definitely not a chance encounter. You know where she has been living. It must have been your instruction, Wayne speculated. No, I didn't find out until later. Idnis shook her head, aware of the death of the knight, and made some manipulations, allowing the new Dark Knight Austin to obtain the Twilight Desperate. At that moment, she understood the location of Saloxia. At that time, the main goal of the Dark Goddess in the human world revolved around Tokugai, the descendant of the ancient god, and she had little interest in Saloxia. Only after seeing Wayne's strengths did she think of training this old friend. Saloxia is just a pleasure to the Dark Goddess and will not send a Dark Knight to kick the door down. You remember it now? Well, these memories have not been deleted. Idnis blinked. Wayne was very convinced that she had been contaminated, and he would do whatever he was asked to do, but Idnis's behavior always made him inadvertently suspicious. Is it possible that the Dark Goddess has found a new descendant and will visit Idnis from time to time? Wayne frowned and said nothing. If the Dean could come, why not take back this part of her thinking? What good would it do to her if she allowed this part of her thinking to show off? Every slut has a bad heart, so he sends himself out to be trained by others. The more Wayne thought about it, the more outrageous it became. He really couldn't figure out what the Dark Goddess was thinking. Idnis spoke slowly. Although I didn't know what I was thinking at that time, I must have known about Wei Zi's death at that time. The energy behind being able to kill a god's chosen knight on the God's Choice continent should not be underestimated. Look, I can't just leave it alone, I've definitely investigated it. Contact the Dark Goddess and ask her to explain the reason. This is the fastest way, but I certainly won't say that the character is too bad, Idnis commented on herself. After saying that, she changed her tone. There is another possibility. Wei Zi did not really die. Her mind went to other places and she is no longer my chosen knight in the world. The words became more and more confusing. Wayne waved his hand and said to Salogia, I'll leave it to you to investigate. Maybe Wei Zi's death is related to the storm and the Lord of Thunder. The two things can be done at the same time. There is plenty of time. Slowly, there's no rush. Wayne's current focus is on getting stronger. Although the case makes him eager to take action, he will not do it personally and leave it to his new subordinates, in the name of proving himself. Please rest assured, I will not let you down. Salogia nodded heavily and received the leader's prompt. Wayne said that Wei Zi's death was related to the Lord of Storm and Thunder, so it must be related. If you find the Lord of Storm and Thunder, you can find the truth. Tisk, tisk, you changed your honorific so quickly, you are so obedient, Idna said in a strange tone. Salosia just pretended not to hear, resolutely followed Wayne's order, treating strangers as air, and continued, Boss, I can sense through the obelisk that the Lord of Storm and Thunder is in the God's chosen continent. As she spoke, she pointed to the northeast, where there was still the smell of the obelisk. Anastasia let out a sigh, and looking at the direction Salogia was pointing, it was most likely the Ross Federation, where the headquarters of the Dark Church was located. According to Wayne's speculation just now, Wei Zi's death is related to Storm and the Lord of Thunder. Isn't the Dark Church also involved? Suddenly it became interesting. Idnis narrowed her eyes and smiled. You, a goddess of darkness, are so happy to see pagans infiltrating your church, Wayne complained. Who knows, maybe I know everything and have been waiting for this good show to start. X3. As expected of you, you don't care at all about the life and death of the Dark Church. Wayne was puzzled. Judging from the Dark Goddess's attention to the frozen continent, she was the one who cared the most about the chosen continent among all the goddesses, but her bad character was completely unrelated to what she did. It was hard to guess a woman's mind, and it was even harder to guess a goddess's mind. He scanned his mind and did not detect anything unusual in Idni's body, so he had to suppress the doubt temporarily. Boss, I want to go back to the Dark Church headquarters, Anastasia said. What's the point of going back there? It's freezing and snowy, and there's nothing else to dig except potatoes that can't be finished. My father is still. Wayne was silent, thinking of Anastasia in the other world, agreed to her request, and asked Salogia to go with her. Salogia's current strength is enough to compete with the chosen knights of God. With her there, even if the Dark Church has abnormalities, it can be easily dealt with by cooperating with Anastasia. Just in case, the 4 obelisks cannot be taken away. Anastasia is definitely a man of action. Seeing Wayne agree, she immediately prepared to set off. Wayne watched the dark-skinned lady packing her luggage, and he was so reluctant to let her go. Idnis took the opportunity to pester him and said disdainfully, there's really no way. The dirty saint is gone, and I have to bear this humiliation. Who are you? Wayne frowned and looked over. I am your follower. Maybe. Wayne looked at her in a strange way, and after a moment of silence, he said, you also go to the Rashi Federation. After the matter is done, you can get something from me. How about it? Wayne, don't you believe me? Idnis was about to cry, and her tears fell as soon as she said it. Forget it if you don't go. Go. Wayne stared at Idnis deeply, and the latter wiped away her tears and smiled brightly. This promise showed that Idnis had desires for Wayne beyond faith. She was not just a follower, and almost confirmed the shadow of the dark goddess behind her. To control a goddess, even if it was only part of her thinking, it was definitely not something that could be done by just contamination. Wayne thought it was a difficult situation and snorted coldly, "One day, you will become what I want you to be." "Wayne, I already look like you." "That's great." The three women set off overnight, and Wayne put the shadow cloak on Anastasia, saying that he would wait for Jiyan in London. It should not be a big problem. Idanis needs him, and even if she doesn't help, she won't take the opportunity to make trouble. Just Sologia's move is enough to settle everything. Even if there is a big trouble, the three void-evolved lives can return safely. Wayne didn't want to say this, but he still had to say that this was safe. Wayne's house, dark area. Chris changed into a hospital gown, sat on the operating table, and looked at the huge dark area around her, secretly amazed. It was a very large space. Her teacher Philomena's dark area was far less vast. Philomena was a legendary wizard, and Wayne had just become a golden wizard not long ago. Thinking about how she was still wandering around in the realm of the Silver Mage, and hearing that Veronica was about to succeed, Chris felt a lot of pressure. It seemed that no one could beat her except Willie. "Wake up, Chris." Willie is the backup chosen by God. Leo returned to the kingdom of God to report on his work. She will be the next Sun Knight. Wayne only told Austin the details of the other world. Willie herself didn't know how strong she was in the other world, and Chris was even less clear. Knowing it, the pressure will only be greater. "Chris, it will hurt a little later. Believe me, in order to help you break through this level, I have practiced outside for a long time and have a lot of experience. You just have to endure the first one, and you will feel comfortable later," Wayne said while holding the Holy Grail. Chris spat lightly, blaming Wayne for talking nonsense all the time and teasing her at this time. Like to listen more. Learning from Wayne that the blood of God can be awakened, Chris decisively agreed. She had a very unpleasant awakening experience, involving a bad adoptive mother, which was a past she didn't want to recall. She was very opposed to the divine blood in her heart, but because it was Wayne, her most trusted sweetheart, she had today's operation. The full trust moved Wayne quite a bit. As expected, he was Veronica's white moonlight, and he felt good after using it. There was no need to elaborate on the awakening of the divine blood. Wayne was really experienced. He had collected a lot of experimental data through Juno and Alyssa. With preparation, he operated smoothly and quickly led Chris to the right path. Just in case, and to reduce the pain, he slowed down the process and divided the operation into 7 days, 1 course per day. Everything was for stability. The Holy Grail was suspended in the air surrounded by golden light, and the invisible force slowly lifted Chris up. Her platinum-colored long hair was scattered, dancing like soft water with the moonlight overflowing from her body. As soon as Wayne started, he found that Chris was different from Juno and Elisa. The divine blood in her body did not come from heaven, and it was not from the same place as those weird guys. As the divine blood was stimulated, Chris's appearance gradually changed. Elf. In terms of body shape, it retained the original thin branches and fruits, and the body was more slender, and the feminine side was magnified, which was very similar to Philomena's elf state. Some time ago, Chris complained that she ate too many supplements and had a circle of fat on her belly, but now it was smoothed out. Mina's elf transformation is based on the belief in moonlight, and she has joined the Nature and Sun of the Life Alliance. It is similar to Mina. The divine blood comes from the moonlight goddess, Wayne secretly speculated, and archived the thought record data. Chrissy's changes are almost all in the details, as if she had a new look, making her already beautiful even more stunning. The long platinum hair remains unchanged and has been this color from the beginning of evolution to the present. Wayne paid attention and circled the key points, feeling that he would need to take a test later. The process of evolution is undoubtedly boring, and since Wayne has slowed down the process, the waiting time is even longer. He closes his eyes and uses his mind to sense, record all the detailed changes, and store them in his weird brain. 2 hours later, Wayne stopped the operation, raised his hands, and held the fallen Princess Chris in his arms. The latter woke up faintly and vaguely heard a sound that sounded like swallowing. He opened his cold eyes and stared at the face of his sweetheart. After a moment, the coldness in his eyes dissipated, and he struggled to jump down. "Wayne, is it over yet? There are still 6 days left and it's just the beginning." Wayne lowered his head and rubbed Chris's face, and whispered, "Senior sister, you are so beautiful." Chris closed her eyes, enjoying the sweetness of rubbing her ears and temples together. She noticed the subtle changes in her body, opened a water mirror with her hand, and found that her appearance was closer to the elf. She said curiously, "I didn't cast faith magic, so I can still look like this now." Change back. "Yes, if you master the rules of transformation, you can change your size anywhere." Wayne didn't lie. The elven Chris had indeed grown taller, and Damien's cafeteria had also been expanded accordingly. For 7 consecutive days, the operation went smoothly. Under Wayne's precise operation, there were no painful dramas such as grade 10 tuberculosis and leukemia. Chrissy successfully awakened the divine blood. The 2-meter-tall female elf is elegant, with silver eyes and long platinum hair. Her otherworldly temperament is too dreamy, making people immersed in it and reluctant to wake up. The moonlight elf's eyes are very cold, and his cheeks and long tapered ears are painted with silvery white lines, which correspond to the snow-white skin and are almost indistinguishable to the naked eye. Wayne got closer to see it clearly. Although the elf's eyes are cold and noble, her smile is very gentle, making people feel relaxed and happy under the quiet and peaceful moonlight, and they just want to protect this peace forever. The charm value is extremely high. This face has its own charm magic. It is another form of succubus. After the operation, Chris will not be able to master the transformation skills for a while, and will return to human normality, and will fall into a certain period of weakness. On the 6th day, the 6-pointed star in her body was broken and reorganized into the golden triangle. Her magic qualifications took a further step, from genius to super genius. It's just a book of greed to catch up with Wayne. After transforming into an elf, her own strength was strengthened again. When Wayne accompanied her to bask in the moon, he found that the moonlight was attracted to her and strengthened her strength little by little. If Delane hadn't been running around on missions following the oracle, Wayne would have suspected that he had slept with the reincarnated moon goddess. Idenist's ecstatic rhythm. Wayne House, master bedroom. With tears in her eyes, Willie looked at Chris, who was lying on the bed with a tired look on her face. She rushed up to her and rubbed her twice. She whispered, "Senior sister, what's wrong with you? Cheer up quickly and don't tell me. You prepare to entrust Wayne to me today." Boom. Oops. Wayne put away the knife and said angrily, "Idiot, you hurt Chris." This familiar force, I almost thought Veronica was coming. Willie covered her head and complained, dissatisfied, "Senior sister is soft, and I am soft too. How could it hurt if we stick together?" Halfway through her words, she suddenly froze, pointed at Chris's belly, thought of some possibility, and looked at Wayne blankly. "Yes, that's right, it's what you think." Wayne nodded seriously. Hiss. Willie took a deep breath, her face turned pale, and she wandered toward the window, her eyes straight as she said, "It's so sudden. I'll go back to the house and take a look." "That's the window." Wayne chuckled and shook his head. Seeing Willie turn around and take a few steps, he reminded again, "That's the bathroom, and the door is in your 9 o'clock direction. Damn it, I feel so uncomfortable right now, and you don't comfort me." Willie pursed her lips and said dissatisfied, "Why does the senior sister have it? I obviously eat the most recently. Are you trying to make things easier for her?" Except for Willie, Veronica and Chris would definitely not be able to say this kind of thing. Chris' face turned red when she heard this and explained, "Don't think about it, I'm just not feeling well, I'll just rest for half an hour and I'll be fine." "Very good." Willie cheered and jumped to the bedside, and threw herself into Chris's arms. "Senior sister, giving birth is very painful. You have escaped this difficulty. I am happy for you from the bottom of my heart." Chris couldn't help laughing. "Is that why you smile so happily?" "Needless to say." "Then why were you so sad just now?" "I thought about sad things." Willie arched her head and said in a low voice. "What's up?" "Senior, you are pregnant." Willie truthfully spoke her mind and added, "Sister, giving birth is really painful and your body will be deformed. I don't want you to be wronged. When you want to have a baby, tell me and I will help you give birth." "Willie, you are so kind." "Needless to say." Boom. "Oops." Veronica retracted her knife and said unhappily, "Stupid, you hurt me." When she entered the room, she saw Willie taking advantage of Chris and burying her whole face in it. It was really unreasonable. She had never buried her face before. Willie raised her head in confusion, surprised that the strength was exactly the same. She turned around and saw Veronica standing side by side with Wayne, and found that this pair of dogs and girls were really a good match. Even the lines and tone were exactly the same. "It's unreasonable, she was obviously here first." Willie understood Veronica, and plunged into the waves, whimpering that her head hurt, and asked Chris to blow it. Chris gave face, rubbed the golden-haired head, and blew a breath gently. "Okay, it doesn't hurt now." Wayne nodded secretly. "This is the world where people should stay." "What is the other world?" Veronica didn't think so. Jealousy made her split apart, and she rushed up with clenched fists. After playing table tennis, Willie covered her buttocks and looked at Wayne with tears in her eyes. "Wayne, your buttocks hurt." "It's okay, I'll rub it for you." "Yeah." The couple was touching each other, and Veronica's forehead was bulging with veins. She wanted to punch them both. But she couldn't. "This is not Landau Manor, there is no professional construction team, the window is broken, and Bayou Egwang will have to blow the cold wind all night tonight." She snorted coldly and ignored it. She carefully grabbed Chris's hand and sat on the bed and said, "Senior sister, Wayne called me and said you were sick. Do you feel better?" "It's okay, just take a rest." Chris smiled slightly. "It's not sick." "Didn't Wayne tell you that the senior sister is pregnant?" Willie interrupted. Veronica's mind went blank, her mouth opened wide, and she couldn't utter a word for a long time. In her eyes, although Chris looked a little uncomfortable and listless, her gentle smile was peaceful and serene, and her long hair was full of maternal radiance. Gulp. "No, now is not the time to be greedy, this kind smile is clearly a sign of respect. Omega W.Tk lambda n. It's true." Veronica's eyes were spinning, and she received two pieces of news. One was bad news, and the other was also bad news. Bad news, her white moonlight was pregnant. Bad news, she was pregnant with her fiancé's child. It was all Willie's fault. If Willie hadn't been so useless, Bayou Egwang wouldn't have been polluted. "That's right, that's it, I'll beat her to death tonight." Chris rolled his eyes at Willie, who was smug. Seeing Veronica's red eyes, he hurriedly comforted her, "Don't listen to Willie's nonsense. I'm just feeling a little uncomfortable. I don't have a baby." "It's already a baby." Veronica muttered, and fell into the same state as Willie. She was full of grievances and didn't know where to start. Until she explained it clearly and Willie was stabbed again, she smiled brightly and thought of happy things. "Veronica, what are you so happy about?" Chris glanced at Wayne angrily. The relationship between the three of them became so complicated, and it was all the fault of the scumbag. The person involved shrugged, hugged Willie with one hand on his waist, and was not ashamed but proud. Don't say how proud he was. Senior sister has not been defiled, and is still pure white. I'm very happy, Veronica hurriedly explained, saying a lie that she didn't believe. Veronica, just fool others, don't fool yourself, Wayne said faintly. Shut up. Veronica glared at Wayne, wishing she could flatten the trash can with one punch. Because you didn't take good care of her, senior sister got sick. I'll take care of her these few days. You and Willie are not allowed to make trouble. Okay, I don't care. Wayne raised his hand and made a gesture of doing whatever he wants. Chris's heart skipped a beat. Thinking of the team mode with Willie and Mona, she immediately realized Wayne's sinister intentions and said hurriedly, Veronica, I'm fine, it's really just. Senior sister, I've been good at cooking recently and learned several ways to kill eggs. You can lie down and I'll kill a few eggs to cheer you up. Veronica passed by Wayne with a snort. She studied cooking for Bayou Egwang and had nothing to do with Wayne. Although she was confident in her cooking skills, she still dragged Willie out. Among the three, Willie's cooking skills were the best. If the eggs she killed are too horrible to look at, she will use Willie's to impersonate them. After the two left, Chris tightened the quilt around her and said defensively, I warn you, you are not allowed to mess around tonight. Wayne looked innocent, blinked, and said innocently, Chris, what are you talking about? I don't understand it at all. You wrote it, and your choice of words and sentences are very good. Can you expand this paragraph into 100,000 words and explain it in detail? How can you not understand it? I really don't understand it. If you don't believe me, I will touch your conscience and say it again. W. It was night. A soundproof barrier suddenly rose in the bedroom where Veronica was. After a while, the black shadow carried another confused black shadow to the master bedroom. Noticed that the door was locked, and pried it open silently. Female, male, female. 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 Male. Male. Where is the... The black shadow was not convinced, and after a while, he brought another one in. Comma. Rape, male. Male. You are listening to Novels at Bless Up channel. Wish you happiness and luck. Please subscribe to receive new novels. How do you feel about this novel? Please like and leave a comment. Restarting the Myth. Author, Fengchao Huang. Chapter 366. The time came to February 1940. Half a year had passed since Wayne was promoted to the Golden Mage realm. He had filled the life and space in the Golden Triangle with a huge reserve of 4 elements and a terrifying amount of knowledge. I don't need to talk about it. The quantity and quality of his thoughts are not comparable to those of the Golden Mage at the same level, let alone the legendary mage. 5 God-chosen artifacts x2, Sword of Oath x2, Obelisk x4, Devil Investor xn, plus some scattered gifts from nature. He consumed a huge amount of resources at the Golden Mage level. Excellent talent is a good thing, but also a bad thing. Take Wayne as an example. If the foundation is not too high, so many resources are enough to pile him into a demigod. Even so, thanks to the day and night scientific research, it would take at least half a year to rely on meditation. In half a year, Prussia has won 3 consecutive championships in the Tour de France tank rally to establish a dynasty. Wayne is now only one step away from becoming a legendary mage, lacking an opportunity for qualitative change. The legendary mage is the sublimated Golden Mage. In essence, it is still the Golden Triangle. After the promotion, the Golden Triangle will not be broken. Life, emptiness, and self are more compatible and stable, as if they were welded and unbreakable. According to Delane, the legendary mage is a further enhancement of the Golden Mage. The qualitative change allows the life barrier to expand into a life force field. It can freely enter and exit the void, reject knowledge and pollution, and will not fall into a crazy situation. Not only can it reject knowledge, but also reject the change of the essence of life. Of course, the legendary mage can also choose to accept knowledge and pollution. The essence of both points to evolution. If you reject them all, you will lose the possibility of evolution. Having come to this point, no legendary mage will choose to stay where he is. Give it another try. What if it succeeds? If it succeeds, it will be a demigod. According to Delane, demigods belong to another realm. In the realm of demigods, there is no golden triangle. Life, emptiness, and self are shattered by transcendent power and completely integrated. At this point, the magician has formed a perfect self. Corresponding to the current Mona, there is no golden triangle in her body. Legendary magicians can refuse to change, while demigods can impose changes on the outside world. The life force field is upgraded to the life field, which is no longer a false world. Demigods can give their knowledge to others and change their thinking, ideas, and even the essence of life. Wayne often does this kind of thing, that is, creating followers. The difference is that the followers he creates are more stable. The followers of demigods will change their appearance and personality according to the law of information, distort the original essence of life, and become extremely unstable. Similar situations can refer to the blood monarch Njima of Dragonheart Island, the picture of snatching the faith of the sea god and turning believers into crocodile people. You can also refer to the pollution of believers by the Thousand Eyes demon, which means the same thing. Demigod is a very vague concept with a huge span. The power is strong and weak. The strong can occupy the land in hell as the devil, and the weak can only watch their territory being divided. The gap is so large that tragedies often occur when they meet. The key lies in the amount of knowledge reserves. Knowledge is power. Whoever reads more has absolutely powerful power. According to Delane, the 7 demon kings of hell are all demigods, the god subordinates are also demigods, and the 4 archangels are the same. They are the best among the demigods and may become new gods at any time. Of course, there is a crucial premise. The power of demigods comes from their own practice, not the gift of higher-level life. For example, there are 2 types of familiars, one is a devil that climbs up from the bottom, and the other is a devil forged by the devil with the field of life. As familiars, the latter gains powerful power at the moment of birth, but loses the possibility of continuing to evolve. If you want to evolve, you can. If the master is strong, they will become strong. This is very similar to Wayne's spirit of vengeance. The stronger Wayne is, the stronger they are. No matter how strong you are, there must be a limit. The power can grow unlimitedly, and the limit of the realm can only stay at the demigod. If you want to break the rules and achieve the position of God, you need to ignite a thing called divine fire. This is beyond Delane's knowledge. Don't ask. If you ask, you won't know. The above are all the information Wayne won from the poker table. Delane put everything on the poker table. If Wayne wants, he can only win everything with his own hands. To be honest, it's not difficult at all. The High Priest's manor, living room. Wayne's voice came from behind the chips, another 9 consecutive wins. I don't understand why it's so hard to lose. As he said that, he sighed and sighed. What about just wanting to lose once? What about gambling monsters in the world, which made Delane hate it? Moonlight Knight is an old rogue at the poker table. She can bear this grievance. She has practiced the table flipping method for so many years. It can't be possible. There was a loud bang, and the chips in front of Wayne were cleared, and the poker table returned to its faithful ceiling again. What's so great about winning 9 games in a row? I lost 9 games in a row. Am I proud? Delane put his fingers together to form a sword, scolded Wayne's sarcastic behavior, and reiterated that he was not sore from losing, but that he could not stand the success of villains with his upright chivalry. Ah, yes, I can't stand the success of villains. I am a villain, and you are a knight. Wayne continued to output sarcastic words. Then the question is, I am a villain behind the chips, How can your chivalry see me? This is absurd. I must kill you today. Delane was furious and pulled out Bai Zhenyan to shoot Wayne into a honeycomb. He didn't pull it out, and Bai Zhenyan was in Wayne's hand, and he lost everything in the last round. According to the bet, she has to call Wayne daddy now. A man, what bad intentions can he have? He doesn't covet your money or your person, he just wants you to call him daddy. I'm so mad. Delane was furious and yelled several times, waving her hand to call back the card table and chips. She stood up from where she fell and wanted to get back everything she lost at the gambling table. Then she lay down where she fell. Delane, 0, 3, 3, that's you. If it were another woman, she would go home with me tonight. Taking advantage of Delane's bad luck, Wayne won 9 games in a row, and at the same time, he was merciless and ridiculed him. Austin asked Wayne to find a way to take down Delane and make him his own man who knew everything about him, so as to plant a chess piece and obtain more advanced information from him. There was no need to be so troublesome at all. Wayne could get the information he wanted by playing cards. Wayne got the information from Delane by playing cards. The latter told the Moonlight Goddess about it. The goddess said nothing and formed a girlfriend's game to discuss it with the goddesses of nature and the sun. Delane was not qualified to know the result of the discussion. From what she meant, the Moonlight Goddess was not clear about the monster's roots. Wayne, why hasn't William come yet? Delane's friends who played cards with him, apart from Wayne, the heir whom he loved and hated, were the master-disciple combination Philomena and Chris. I have already called. According to the time, he should be here. Wayne looked at his watch. No way, it's been several rounds, why hasn't he come yet? Because you lose too quickly. Wayne shrugged, stood up and put on the coat on the chair. I have to go to the Ministry of Magic headquarters for a meeting. I won't accompany you next. You can form a table when William arrives. How can you have so many meetings every day? I must attend the small meetings, otherwise I will be represented, and I can't be absent from the big meetings. It can't be held without me. This is the price of rebellion, Wayne sighed. Okay, finish early and come back early, so many people are waiting for you. Delane waved his hand, and heard the footsteps at the door, and immediately became energetic. William is here. Delane was very curious about how Wayne and William in the world interacted in daily life, and what attitudes Wayne's girlfriends had when they interacted. Today was just the right time to see it clearly. Then she saw a blonde with twin ponytails jumping in. Who are you? Willie. How can I be so big as William? Ministry of Magic headquarters. Small meeting. Because it is a small meeting, the attendees are all high-level decision-makers, so it is very important. After the small meeting, it is time to organize a general meeting to announce the results of the meeting to everyone. The meeting was chaired by the Minister of Magic Queen Sophia, Deputy Minister Yvette, the Landau father and son, and the current Navy Minister Winston Shute. Winston has formed a new cabinet and will take office when the right opportunity comes. The current Prime Minister is a character, and he is remarkable in all aspects. Whether as a wartime Prime Minister or the first choice in peacetime, he is a good choice. It's a pity that he met a mustache who likes to give speeches in bars. The mustache is as strong as a god of war. The international situation is corrupt, and Windsor's economy is facing a cold winter. The country has fully stockpiled strategic materials, and the most basic livelihood materials cannot be guaranteed, so it has to implement a rationing system. Bacon, eggs, sugar, and butter must all be registered first, and then rationed. Even buying clothes requires cloth coupons. Interestingly, this decision has been strongly supported by ordinary people in Windsor, because during the war, ordinary people's quality of life has improved because of the rationing system. How can this country be so bad for the people? I am trapped in thought and ask. It turns out to be Windsor, so it's okay. The quality of life of the people has improved, and the money bags of the masters have shrunk, and the people up and down the current prime minister is to blame for the chaos in the country. He must bear the blame. This matter was finalized last year. At that time, there were two candidates competing, Winston from the Shute family and Rupert from the Wilson family. The two Tulip families are both in the political and military circles. They are equally strong and no one is much stronger than the other. Winston's ability to stand out has little to do with him. It is purely because Rupert chose the wrong team. In the year of clearing the court, Austin stood like a minion and was attacked by Rupert. Later, Austin stopped acting and showed the huge lineup of knights behind his family. He declined 3 times and was helpless. He accepted Queen Sophia's request for assistance. Austin went up, and Rupert, who was angry, naturally went down. Winston was successfully elected as the next prime minister because of his silence. The general situation is as mentioned above. It won't be long before Winston will become the new prime minister. At this time, he has already started his internship, such as attending important meetings and taking over the mess left by the previous cabinet. He was invited to attend today's small meeting. Prussia has increased its troops in the northern small country of the chosen continent. After clearing the surrounding hidden dangers, it will launch an offensive against the Allied forces next. It is expected that it will not take too long. From last year to now, we have successively sent more than 100,000 expeditionary forces to our ally Frank. The defense line is impregnable. 3 million against 3 million, Prussia has limited resources and cannot sustain a war of attrition. The advantage is mine. The Queen presided over the meeting and remained silent throughout the meeting. Austin and Winston took turns to speak. Wayne did not speak, glanced at the famous defense line on the map, picked up the book in his hand and turned it over, My Struggle. As the saying goes, knowing yourself and the enemy will lead to victory in every battle. At any time and any place, you must have a detailed and specific understanding of the enemy. Wayne has read this book twice, and each time he has gained something. Putting aside the author's speech maniac himself, the super willpower and fighting spirit revealed between the lines are worth remembering by everyone. Whether history is good or bad, there are always places that can be learned and inspired. Whether it is learning or avoiding thunder, reading history is a good habit. Time came to 1940, and the Frank Intelligence Agency had closer contact with Wayne, and every time they would ask the strategic intentions of the Windsor upper echelons. Is it determined to make money or determined to fight Prussia? The God-chosen continent is such a small place, and Prussia is the only dominant one. If Windsor wants to make money in the future, it will depend on Prussia's face. Even if he kneels, he can only get 30%. He will definitely be determined to fight with Prussia. This is beyond doubt. Frank always asks this question, which only shows that the internal situation is unstable and the surrender faction is huge. As for why he asked Wayne, this is also very simple. Although the business ability of the Frank Intelligence Bureau is average, they are not blind or deaf. They have already checked the changes in the decision-making level of Windsor. The Landau family successfully cleared the court, and the royal power fell. Queen Sophia is a puppet of the Landau family. If there is no next queen to succeed Windsor, when Austin retreats behind the scenes, Sophia will be passed on to Wayne. Our Frank super agent will become the leader of Windsor. Cannon fodder rightward arrow spy rightward arrow senior agent rightward arrow super agent. The entire Frank Intelligence Agency was filled with a warm atmosphere of jubilation. They were misled by rumors from the outside world and firmly believed that Austin treated Wayne as his own son and trusted him very much. He did not treat him as an outsider's son-in-law, but as his own son and heir. Influenced by rumors from the outside world, they began to suspect that Wayne was really the long-lost blood of the Landau family. Is there a possibility that Austin came to Paris for tourism and was influenced by the romantic atmosphere, so Wayne was born? Don't say it, it's very likely. Austin is a conspirator who wants to clear the court and rise to power. If there is no blood relationship, it is impossible for him to be so good to Wayne. Comparing the photos of the two people, there is no need to think about it. Wayne is a mixed blood of the two countries and inherited the excellent genes of the Franks. Sarah received the order from the intelligence agency, and his attitude towards Wayne changed from coercion and inducement at the beginning to flattery now. Don't forget your family just because you become a prince. Frank is your real root. Now the country is in trouble, it's time for you to stand up. Unfortunately, Sarah did not meet Wayne. Mona relayed these words, and inserted a few angry rebukes from the archangel. Wayne was busy being scolded, and did not hear Mona's words clearly, so he did not take it to heart. What mixed blood of the two countries is all nonsense. He is a legitimate old Union Jack nobleman from London. He does not have white genes. The stinky outsiders are here to make trouble for him. Wayne, did you hear what Deputy Minister Yvette said? Ah. Wayne turned his eyes away from the book. Which sentence? Is the meeting starting now? Austin had a dark face and said stiffly, it is supported by religious forces in Prussia. Naturally, the Church and Prussia are very close. In case the Church suddenly joins the war, I need you to inquire about the information. For this kind of thing, can't you go home and ask your wife? Wayne blinked, and Austin understood immediately, and continued, you have connections at the headquarters of the Natural Church. You can smooth the relationship there and see what the Natural Church is planning. Are they really supporting Prussia, or are they just pretending to support it? I understand. Wayne nodded and retracted his gaze from the book. The conversation between the father and son made the new Winston secretly suspicious. He felt that Austin was a little bit unable to control Wayne. It was worth pondering who was in charge of the Landau family. Winston glanced at Wayne inconspicuously. Could he be the real leader? Sensing the attention, Wayne smiled at him, painted a cake and handed him soup. Young man, work hard, and you will have benefits in the future. Wayne habitually fed the cake and lowered his head to think about the possibility of the combination of the Natural Church and Prussia. Don't say it, the possibility is very high. The headquarters of the Natural Church is located in Osteria, the back garden of Prussia, and a feng shui treasure land for art students who failed the exam to find a job again. Just this bad fate, it is possible that the Natural Church will stand with Prussia. Wayne raised his hand and touched his chin. The current Pope Ludwig is ready to resign. He will go to the kingdom of God with his merits fulfilled. He has a bright future and will not be entangled in a world war. If he wins the bet, it won't add much to the icing on the cake. If he loses, the prestige and merits accumulated before will go down the drain. Ludwig is a smart man and knows how to choose. In other words, even if the Church of Nature actively stands with Prussia, it has little to do with Ludwig. Senna's face popped up in front of Wayne, and he couldn't help but twitch his mouth. Could it be, this guy's operation? Ludwig is about to step down as Pope. Senna has the support of the heir of the Knight of Nature behind her. Among all the Oracle High Priests, her trump card and capital are the strongest. Except that the saying that she relied on the promotion device to get to the top is a bit unpleasant, there is nothing wrong with the rest. If you want to reverse the criticism, you must accomplish some feats when you take office, such as taking advantage of the war to expand the influence of the Natural Church. Prussia was in full swing and was the best choice. Crazy bitch, is it really you? Wayne felt that it was necessary to visit the headquarters of the Church of Nature. The international situation was in a state of corruption and the people of the world were in dire straits. If the addition of the Church of Nature attracted several other churches to enter the church, and there would be another faith war on the basis of a world war, the consequences would be disastrous. Thinking of this, Wayne was determined. He has been stuck at a bottleneck recently and is in urgent need of an opportunity. He might be able to pick up new gifts from nature by going out for a walk. Then there is Pope Ludwig, who had nothing to do with him last time, but this time he will be killed for whatever he says. I want to go to the kingdom of God and live happily in my next life. Are you going to the Church of Nature headquarters? Landau Manor, study room. Austin looked at Wayne in surprise. I just mentioned it in the meeting, why are you taking it seriously? It is our duty to maintain world peace. If you want to maintain world peace, you should stay home and don't go anywhere, Austin complained. No, it will attract the devil to London. It was reasonable and Austin could not refute it. Wayne told his speculation that the natural church would not support Prussia for no reason. It must be that the higher UPS want to expand the influence of the church, and it is most likely Senna. This bitch is crazy, and if she is left alone, God knows what she will do. Wayne still remembers Sci-fi's evaluation of Senna as the main militant faction, and the other world has proved this. No one above her can crush her to death, and Senna will definitely dare to provoke a war of faith. Wayne thought about it and found that no one could suppress Senna except him. You are suddenly so serious, I feel a little uncomfortable. I've seen too many tragedies in the real world, and I don't want the world to become like this. X2. Life is not easy, the father and son sighed. Austin agreed to Wayne's trip. He would be in charge of London, so there would be no big trouble. He asked Wayne who he wanted to bring with him. I'm going to King John's side of the Church of Nature headquarters. I'm not going on a trip, so I won't take you with me. Wayne pondered for a moment, then just pick a few vengeful spirits and bring them with him, leaving Mona/Hershino in London, just in case the devil suddenly jumped out of the grass. London hides one or more powerful devils. The possibility of the gate of hell opening in London cannot be ruled out. The dark night alone cannot stop the devil, and the archangel must stay. Thinking of this, Wayne couldn't help but slap his forehead. Another place where the door to hell opens is in Frank, Paris. A century-old friendship is really not nonsense. You don't always share happiness, and you never let each other go in trouble. When it comes to Paris, Wayne thinks of the Headless Horseman. He wonders what the unlucky guy's current situation is, how much of himself he can maintain, how far the devil's plan for Frank has reached, and how far the Holy See's plan to encircle and suppress the devil has reached. Wayne was determined to contact the Holy See and ask what was going on with the plan against the devil. If he could be promoted to a legendary mage during this trip, and if he had enough time, he could consider participating in the plan to siege the underground tomb. Get rid of the Headless Horseman's problem as soon as possible. In troubled times, we can't cause more troubles. What, you're going to the Church of Nature headquarters? In the living room of the High Priest's manor, Delaine's voice came from behind the chips. She stood up from the table, pointed at herself and said, "What will I do if you leave? Is this your line?" "It's pretty much what they said." Wayne pointed at Delaine's card buddies. "I'll tell them, it's the same." "No, the same. How much do you dislike me, kid?" Delaine curled her lips. Although she had no intention of inheriting the fine traditions given to her by the Moonlight Church, this was not the reason why Wayne was not interested in her. They're all just here to fool around, she's like the Moonlight Knight, so she doesn't want to lose face. After thinking about this, Delaine gave up and said in a deep voice, "That's fine, I should leave in the next 2 days anyway. I will go back to the frozen continent to find Leo to change the guard. It is also his turn to rest, and by the way, I will execute the task of the Sun Goddess." The Oracle. One of the oracles of the Sun Goddess, he goes to the other world to collect negative information. Let's put it this way, this is a long-term mission. Except for the Dark Knight who is still leveling and the Death Knight who has been offline for a long time, the remaining 3 chosen knights have to perform it every once in a while. The goddess has ideas about negative information, and it is very likely that she has found the right way to open it. Speaking of this, Delaine glanced at Wei Li. Although their genders were different, their hobbies were all Wayne's. They were the same on the outside. When she met Leo, she would convey this to Leo and ask him to come to London and see Wei Li. Is it possible for Li, the spare tire, to take over? If there was, it would be best to completely cut off Leo's mind so that he wouldn't have to scream all day long to snatch Wayne away from her arms. Deleon's lips curled up, secretly thinking that he was sure. By the way, Deleon, please tell Mr. Mullah that if you can't use the elemental mantra recently, don't use it. I'm of great use. Wayne asked Delane to say something. You have Bayejinian. Delane sneered. She couldn't control the heir's chaotic private life, she could do whatever she wanted, and she would never allow Bayejinian to suffer injustice along with Wayne. Delane, you misunderstood. I only used the elemental mantra to practice my skills for Bayejinian. Wayne sighed, and he misunderstood him again. How is it possible? A bow and a sword look different. The camera turned and Wayne's schedule was assigned to the secretary. The schedule was too long, and he had to be busy for several days every time he went out. It was still the same old routine. Mona took 80% of the output, and occasionally let Hexunyo take over. The Archangel was so angry that he either pretended to be Mona or completely broke down and cursed Wayne. In the second half of the night, Wayne calmed down and held Mona in his arms and said, Hexunyo, I'm going on a long trip. You stay in London to guard against the devil's sneak attack. Boss, I'm Mona. No, Mona won't refute at this time. She knows what kind of tune I like. Hexunyo gritted his teeth and was depressed when he saw Wayne handing over the Sword of Oath. This sword is more powerful in your and Mona's hands. No matter how much you dislike me, I fully approve of your attitude of annihilating the devil. Wayne said with a serious face, I will contact the Holy See on this trip to ask about the situation in Paris, whether those reincarnated angels have awakened, and whether they are going to surround the devil. Hearing this, Hexunyo calmed down and approved of Wayne's attitude towards the devil. This was the only bright spot in her body that made her very satisfied. She pondered for a moment, took the Sword of Oath, took a few deep breaths, and lowered her head to kiss Wayne. After the verbal battle, Hexunyo closed his mouth expressionlessly and said indifferently, Don't get me wrong, in case other reincarnated angels notice the clues, I have engraved the holy mark on you. To the outside, you can call yourself Archangel Hexunyo. This is your proof. Wayne, W. Damn, what's that expression on your face? Restarting the Myth. Author, Fengchao Huang. Chapter 367. Osteria. In a library 500 meters away from Wien Airport, Wayne was reading a copy of Mein Kampf while speaking Prussian that Franks could understand, and he quickly integrated into the environment. Today, Osteria is part of Prussia. The streets are filled with black flags and there are fans of the orator everywhere. What, not fanatical? You are disloyal. Wayne only brought two vengeful spirits with him on this trip, Ottilia and Regina. They had represented the Prussian division in the selection of saints of the Church of Nature, and they could be of some use. The artistic girl Ottilia accompanies Wayne to read, and Regina looks towards the library stairs from time to time, her eyes full of expectation. Before going out, Wayne notified Regina in advance, and the latter asked to meet his sister after landing to relieve the pain of lovesickness. Having experienced the other world, Wayne readily agreed. Regina arranged to meet at the library, waiting for her twin sister. Wayne thought of contacting Senna and also waited for her arrival here. Tang tang tang. The sound of rapid footsteps sounded, Regina's eyes lit up, the fragrant wind drifted by, and the two figures hugged each other. Nelson. Regina jumped up and down holding her sister, who also had a face full of joy. The two almost identical faces were pressed together, making it impossible to tell who was the sister and who was the sister. Wayne was originally unable to tell the difference. In his own words, he was face-blind and couldn't tell who was beautiful and who was not. What he cared about was the soul. Because Regina is a vengeful spirit, Her soul is different from Nelson's, so the two can be distinguished immediately. Regina, how are you doing in London? Nelson was very concerned about his sister's situation and pulled her aside to ask a lot of questions. Not plastic, real sisters. Nelson originally represented the Prussian division and participated in the selection of saints of the Natural Church with his sister Regina. Because London's place was taken by Wayne and Veronica, the former Saint Flora had no choice but to return to the Holy Father. Under Vichy, Ludwig used his own way to remove Nelson and replace him with Ottilia. Later, Ludwig instructed Flora to clean up the traces and silence Ottilia and Regina. Wayne passed by and turned them into his vengeful spirits. Nelson didn't know that his sister had faked her corpse. She was warm and had a heartbeat, so she couldn't be dead. All we know is that when Regina participated in the selection, she was involved in the overt and covert fights among the church's top leaders. She was first issued a wanted order by the church, and then the wanted order was revoked. However, she was expelled from the church and was no longer a member of the Natural Church. Regina went to London to work in a library and no longer regarded herself as a magician. After the selection of the saint, the two sisters only met twice. Nelson was worried that his sister would be wronged by wandering alone, so after asking her a few questions, he persuaded her to return to Prussia to find a job. The international situation is unstable now. Only we in Prussia are safe, and other places will be beaten. Listen to me and don't go back to London. What if we get beaten? In case of a call, I'll be in Prussia again. Makes sense. Nelson secretly had a headache and didn't know how to persuade his sister. From the corner of his eye, he noticed Wayne and Ottilia who were reading a book, and a ray of light flashed in his lavender eyes. Nelson was very dissatisfied with Ottilia. It was this man with glasses who had occupied her spot in the selection of saints, making her more than 10 years of hard work useless. That's all. Ottilia and Regina were both wanted, both expelled from the church, and both went to London to work in the same library. It makes no sense to take possession of her sister and not let go, right? Nelson glared at the artistic girl. Seeing that she didn't respond, he hummed twice to indicate that he had won, and then said, "Who is that man? Is he Ottilia's boyfriend?" They two seemed to match each other very well. Ottilia raised her head, accurately captured the key words, praised Nelson ravely, and showed a gentle smile. "If you like it, come more." "Well, the boss is her boyfriend." Regina nodded. She knew Ottilia's situation very well. She could have come together with Wayne and become one of the many wings. However, due to the change of profession to the spirit of vengeance, the relationship between superiors and subordinates was clear, and they could no longer become equals. Boyfriend and girlfriend. What a tragedy. Although Wayne has always taken great care of Ottilia, sharing with her any fun or delicious food as soon as possible, and accompanying her on dates to watch movies and go to the library on a daily basis, this care is from the superior. Compassion for the inferior will have changed long ago before it can return to its past. Regina knows Ottilia's struggles and usually speaks for her, and today is no exception. Your boss. Well, the library belongs to him, and I'm working for him. Regina nodded. Seeing her sister's doubtful look, she hurriedly explained, "The boss is very nice and takes good care of me. Not only did he promote me to secretary and double my salary, he also often gave me pocket money and accompanied me. I went shopping to buy clothes, jewelry, and bags, and the outfit I was wearing was a gift from him." Nelson. Sister, do you want to listen to what you are saying? Regina, our family is rich, and you can live a happy life without working for others, Nelson said with emphasis. She finally figured out that the person who kidnapped her sister was not Ottilia, but Ottilia's boyfriend Wayne. Worse, she might as well be Ottilia. For a moment, Wayne's image in Nelson's heart dropped sharply. If she guessed correctly, he was a scumbag. Seeing that her sister had a general impression of Wayne, Regina hurriedly defended her boss, saying, "I have hands and feet, why should I take money from home?" The boss said that people must rely on themselves, and spend the money earned by their own hands without guilt. "But everything you eat, wear, and use is his," Nelson said faintly. "Really?" Regina tilted her head. Her life was given by Wayne. She agreed, "You are right, I owe the boss too much." "Wake up, I don't mean that." Seeing that her words had the opposite effect, Nelson hurriedly interrupted Regina, who was becoming more and more pious, and was curious about what kind of magic potion Wayne had given her sister. A good sister has now become a fool. She clenched her fist and coughed lightly, then leaned in and whispered, "What I mean is that your boss is a scumbag and a pervert, understand?" After saying that, she was stunned when she saw that Regina didn't feel much. "Regina, say something." "Nothing to say, the boss said so himself." "Then why don't you leave?" "Because he's really good to me." "Stupid, he's good to you for a reason." Nelson was almost pissed off by his stupid sister, biting her ear, and said, "I've made it clear, is he very important in London, a rich noble, and is there a lot of women around him, and these women are all around him?" "Wow, all right," Regina exclaimed. "Hit your sister." Nelson wanted to punch his stupid sister. She used to be a smart person, but she must have inhaled too much smog in London. "Don't you understand? He treats you so well because he is greedy for your body. He wants to do that kind of thing with you. Well, it shouldn't happen. He is usually very busy." Regina waved her hand. The group of coquettish people in the library often seduced Wayne. Every time, they used Flora's body and face in front of Attilia, focusing on the master-disciple taboo. No one has succeeded so far, and they were all driven away by Wayne with a smile. Not to mention Flora's empty body, even Attilia, who was just a nominal girlfriend, is now unopened in the factory. Regina said that her sister thought too much. Although the boss was a scumbag, his private life was very chaotic, and there was never a lack of beauties around him, but she knew that the boss was a good man and took good care of everyone who encountered tragedy. Even if she took a step back, her sister's worry did not exist. If Wayne had any ideas, she would come up to him by hooking her finger. There was no way to resist it. Nelson said a lot of good and bad things. Seeing that his sister was determined to follow the scumbag, he was so angry that he held her wrist and tied her up today. Regina smiled slightly, and according to the principle of cat's paw on top, she broke free with a flip of her hand, and in turn held her sister's wrist, and said with a sly smile, "Since you are so worried about me, why not go to work in London with me?" Nelson looked at Regina in surprise. After more than half a year, his sister's life essence far exceeded hers, and she was powerless to resist with a little force. Can the haze in London improve physical fitness? Is it exchanged for IQ? Nelson didn't believe it, hummed a few times, and tried several times, but couldn't break free. Seeing Regina's complacent and calm, he was immediately furious. It has always been the elder sister who bullies the younger sister. When can the younger sister ride on the elder sister and act arrogantly? Can't lose. The camera turned, and Nelson was so tired that he lay on the table. Regina rubbed her sister's head, and felt a little envious of her freedom. She said, "Don't worry, I'm living a good life now. There are many little sisters around me, and I'm very happy every day. I'm even more worried." Nelson raised his head and was about to say something else when he noticed the sound of light footsteps behind him. A gust of fragrant wind passed by and walked past her in an instant. It was so fast that she had no reaction and couldn't even catch the shadow. So powerful, who is so powerful? Nelson looked closely, and his shock turned into facial paralysis. He said speechlessly, "Look, your good boss kissed another woman in front of his girlfriend, and you still say he is a good man." Wayne's side, Senna skillfully leaned on the whip, glanced at Odelia, and her slender fingers brushed Wayne's neck. After lifting her chin, she gently opened her thin lips and kissed him. It was a deep kiss, and she was touching her hands while kissing, which was very likely to be in broad daylight. Nelson raised her hand to cover her eyes, her fingers were wide open. Senna's beautiful face needs no elaboration, and Wayne's pretty face is not bad either. The men's cakes and the women's lipsticks, getting close together and making her heart beat faster, wanting to watch some paid plots. Suddenly, she remembered that her sister was still there, and hurriedly covered her eyes. "You are still young, you can't watch, curiosity will make mistakes. We were born on the same day. I'm 5 minutes early." Nelson, the eldest sister, was majestic. While blushing and beating her heart, she told her sister not to watch, and at the same time, she looked clearly with wide eyes. "That's enough, it will teach children bad things. Diamond suit TK and diamond suit Omicron." Wayne patted his buttocks and pulled Senna's hand out of his collar. After tasting the sweetness in his mouth, he saw the big beauty's eyes were haloed and faintly moist, and he couldn't help but feel his heart swaying. "She is so beautiful." Odelia sighed beside her. "Calm down, your girlfriend is still watching." Wayne calmed down for a second and subconsciously explained, "Odelia, listen to my quibbles. It's not what you think. There is a reason. I know, the reason is very complicated and I can't explain it in a few words, so I won't explain it." Odelia turned her head, her thoughts were extremely complicated. She agreed to just be a secretary, but she was still quite happy when she saw Wayne and Senna making out. "Accurate. If the venue is not suitable, you must transform into a succubus and compete with them to see who is more charming." "Oh, haven't you dealt with this little girl yet?" Senna pursed her lower lip and looked at Wayne with fiery eyes. She didn't care who was around Wayne, she would just follow her own desires and do whatever she wanted. Even though he knew there would be no quarrel, Wayne still felt the atmosphere of Shurafield and couldn't help but feel a little excited. "Let's go, this is not the place to talk." Wayne waved and led the two beauties out of the second floor of the library. Regina hurriedly followed and said, "Nelson, that's it for today. I'll ask you for tea next time I have a chance." Seeing his sister Pidion leaving with the scumbag, Nelson felt heartbroken. He gritted his teeth, stamped his feet, and followed quickly. Tika N. The black car drove out of the city, along the banks of the Seino River, and stopped at a manor. In the living room, as soon as Wayne sat down, Senna pressed close to him, rubbing her ears and temples together, and her whole body was filled with the aura of the animal world. "Shameless woman." Nelson gritted his teeth. Wayne was driving just now, and Senna was sitting in the passenger seat. As soon as he got in the car, he touched the driver. If the driver hadn't stopped him, Senna would have suffered. It's unreasonable to lead her sister to evil. Nelson dragged Regina and was about to leave. It was not advisable to stay here for a long time, and London should not go back. Sooner or later, someone would die. There were roots under Regina's feet, and Nelson couldn't pull them away at all. He scratched his head angrily and cursed London's haze again. "Don't make trouble, calm down for a moment. I came to Osteria to see you for business." Wayne was teased by Senna, and she persuaded him to calm down, so that he could calm down. "I'm also going to do some serious business," Senna blinked. "If I don't handle her today, don't even think about doing anything else." Wayne had no choice but to communicate through his mind and promised to increase the quantity without increasing the price. Only then did Senna sit on the sofa obediently. He glanced at Nelson and saw that the latter's eyes were spitting fire, and his eyes were full of cannibalism. He waved his hand and asked Regina to take him to the backyard. There are some things that Nelson can't listen to. Nelson refused and hugged the sofa and refused to leave. Wayne smiled and advised, "I'll give you another chance. It's not too late to leave now. My sister Regina is here and I'm not going anywhere." "Okay, Don't regret it later. Wayne smiled meaningfully, looking forward to Nelson's expression later, and said sideways, Sina, I heard in London that the Natural Church and Prussia have launched a series of cooperation, and the Church is ready to fully support Prussia's expansion in order to expand own strength. There is such a tendency. The current cooperation is limited to Prussia and has not yet been carried out in the occupied areas. Senna nodded. Whose idea was it? Baker, Weaving, Macquarie. Who is this? 3 oracle high priests of the same level as me. Not the Pope, not you. The Pope has allowed their actions, and I have no reason to stop them, Senna said truthfully. Wayne thought that the in-depth cooperation between the Natural Church and Prussia was the operation of Pope Ludwig or Senna. However, it was not the case. Ludwig did have a close relationship with the Prussian authorities and had cooperated several times. The current head of state was Hitler. When he came on stage, he was also behind the scenes, adding some support. Ludwig was a native of Austria. Like Heidel, he was a Prussian of Austrian origin. He had the proper black flag of Prussia from his ancestors. He was a fellow countryman who helped fellow countrymen with speaking funds, and spent a few barrels of beer during his speeches. Reasonable. Today is different from the past. Ludwig knew that he was leaving. He did not accept the invitation of the Prussian authorities for in-depth cooperation. He repeatedly declined and euphemistically expressed his upcoming resignation. The Prussian authorities turned to look for several oracular high priests, and when they couldn't tell who would succeed them, they went all in. The number of oracle high priests in the Church of Nature has varied in the past, and the maximum number is 5. This time there are 4 oracle high priests. In addition to Senna, the other 3 are Baker, Vivian, and Macquarie. After Senna was contaminated by Wayne, her desire to pursue power faded, and her desire to pursue Wayne intensified, even as the Pope's thoughts faded away. She knows what Wayne likes and what he doesn't like, and when faced with the Prussian liaison, she has recently been busy with 3 rounds to get rid of him. The Prussian authorities hit a wall with Senna, and turned to the other 3 oracle high priests. After some discussions, from the guest and host feeling at home to the guest and host enjoying themselves, the possibility of in-depth cooperation was confirmed. In this regard, Ludwig did not restrain him, as if he would control the flood after I left. Not to mention, from his standpoint, there is really no reason to stop it. If the 3 oracle high priests succeed, Ludwig has laid a good foundation in the early stage, and he deserves half of the credit. The 3 oracle high priests messed up, which showed that Ludwig was wise and powerful. He was able to prosper the church governance with a bunch of rubbish back then, and his status in the world had to rise. No matter what happened, he was happy to see the results. Senna's idea was simple. She couldn't find a reason to stop it, so she chose to wait and see. Windsor was very confident in Frank's impregnable defense, and the Natural Church of Austria was very confident in Prussia's steel torrent. They all felt that this was a sure-win business. According to you, the Pope didn't make trouble, and you were also very honest. It was the 3 of them who were playing tricks. Wayne raised his eyebrows. The situation was simpler than he thought. 3 useless things tied the church to the chariot for their own selfish desires. They are not worthy of being the high priest of the oracle. Nelson. Who are you? You are so arrogant when you speak. Nelson poked the sister beside him and whispered, what is your boss's background? He keeps talking about the Pope and the high priest of the oracle. He is so wild. Also, is that big sister really the high priest of the oracle? Why is she so well behaved in front of your boss? More than being well behaved, it is clear that she is paying for it. She wanted to eat people from the moment they met, and her restless little hands have never been idle. Nelson didn't understand. If it was a high-end game, would Wayne, the protagonist, be too ordinary? He looked ordinary, nothing special. My boss's identity is complicated. Regina hesitated for a moment, and heard the voice transmission of "You are allowed to pretend but be gentle" in her ear, and said seriously, "Nelson, by now, I think you have guessed that my boss is a natural knight." Nelson, Sigma, Sigma. He is also a natural knight. Nelson didn't believe it. The education she received since childhood did not allow her to admit that the natural knight was a pervert. The real deal. If he is a natural knight, I will eat this sofa on the spot. At the critical moment when Nelson was cheating for food and drink, Regina hurriedly covered her sister's mouth. She knew that the boss liked to bully honest people the most and would take it seriously. On the other side, Senna continued, although Ludwig did not take the initiative to carry out in-depth cooperation with Prussia, I suspect that he played the role of a middleman. After all, he is the Pope. Without his acquiescence, the 3 oracle priests cannot handle so many departments. Did he accept bribes? It's hard to say. Maybe he just gave face to his fellow countrymen. What if we investigate further? We can't investigate everything. What if we investigate everything? The church can't be without an oracle priest. Senna smiled slightly. If there are no other trivial matters, she should quickly do her business. Then investigate further. When I come, the justice will come. When I come, the church will be peaceful. Wayne narrowed his eyes slightly. If you insist, we can indeed check, but there is a problem: you have to prepare in advance. Senna stated the facts and reasoned, the status of the natural knights is unquestionable, but the natural church and the natural knights are not in the same system. In principle, the knights cannot interfere with the internal affairs of the church. If you want to deal with them, you must support a puppet pope. How about you be the pope? If this is your order, I will not refuse, but I have a few conditions. Senna narrowed her eyes. She is not someone who can be easily dealt with. She has a big appetite. What conditions? You can tell me. It is inconvenient to say more here, in case there are heirs on the other side of the wall. As usual, go to the dark realm. If you think it is okay, I will obey the order. If you think it is unacceptable, you can go to someone else. Senna's tone gradually became colder, and her demeanor became distant. She waved her hand to open the dark realm and invited Wayne to go in and talk in detail. Well, this is the church headquarters, and we still have to defend it. Wayne stood up, and with a trembling hand, he accidentally opened the void, and the elemental mantra fell into the living room. The surging breath of life spread out, proving the authenticity of the artifact and Wayne's identity. Sorry, I didn't notice it. Wayne picked up the elemental mantra and disappeared into the dark realm with Senna swaying. Last time in this room, it was Veronica who looked around, and this time it was Odelia. They are really destined to be together. Nelson stared at the direction where Wayne disappeared in amazement. After a while, he came to his senses and grabbed his sister's sleeve. You. Well, my boss is really a natural knight. The one just now is the artifact chosen by God. I. Don't worry, my boss is very generous, not a petty person. How could he swallow a sofa or something? He just smiled and... Regina was stunned in the middle of her words. She heard Wayne's mind transmission in her ears and didn't know how to continue. X2. Big eyes staring at small eyes. JPG. Regina, say something. The sofa and other things are not inedible. I'll get you a glass of water. Restarting the myth. Author, Fengchao Huang. Chapter 368. Dark Realm. Senna explained her requirements, and the full amount was immediately paid, and installments were not accepted. How could a deal worth hundreds of millions be finalized in one fell swoop? Business is not negotiated that way, and Wayne would definitely not agree to that. The two sides exchanged opinions fiercely, and Senna won the first place with her excellent eloquence. Wayne was dissatisfied. Both sides insisted on their own opinions, and neither could convince the other, and the quarrel escalated into a physical conflict. They became one. In the end, Wayne won the big order with 1 billion in people. The cause of the conflict was simple, and the saying was hard, and it felt like a long time since we met. It had been almost half a year since they last parted, and Senna was thinking about Faith. It was not easy to catch a live person, so naturally she had to do things more grandly. After the matter was over, the beauty lazily lay in Wayne's arms, humming softly with her nose, and her delicate flowers were wet with rain and dew, and her lazy eyebrows were full of charm. Gulp. Hearing the sound of swallowing saliva beside her, Senna's mouth curled up slightly. She was already past the age of liking sweet talk, only little girls would do that, they were all adults, and they liked Wayne's unabashed expression of his desire for her. Whether it was his competitive spirit or his obsession with Faith, Wayne's performance was quite useful to Senna, and her mind was given unparalleled joy. "Wayne, have you forgotten me? How is that possible? I think you're too late." Wayne immediately offered sweet talk, second-hand love talk, and a masterful one, and he could say 3,000 words in a row without taking a breath. Senna rolled her eyes, and she knew without thinking that Wayne had said these words to many people, and interrupted, "You came to me for the church's affairs. If it weren't for this matter, you would definitely not come." "You misunderstood, I came to you specially to deal with the matter by the way, otherwise I would have to make a trip for something that could be solved by making a phone call, and it's not for you." Wayne hugged the beauty, and the 3 points question was not difficult for him at all. "Then you brought 3 followers. Bodyguards. Do you protect them? You have too many questions today. Are you jealous?" After 6 months of not seeing each other, Senna has changed a lot. She looks like a bitter lover who is suffering from longing. It is a little different from what she often says. "You said that you would only enter the mind and not the life. You are not sincere." Wayne raised his eyebrows. He liked Senna's transformation very much. Seeing her complaining and grumbling, he lowered his head and kissed her. "Since you have started to pursue love, you should abide by the rules of love. Love is the romance between 2 strong people, not the bitter hatred between 2 weak people. Why do you complain so much? The idle drama has become a sad drama." After the lingering, Senna relieved the pain of lovesickness. She remembered that she had business to do. She got up and put on her clothes slowly. She could have changed clothes in a second, but she didn't. As we all know, women can never zip up the back of their clothes by themselves. Senna's clothes didn't have a zipper, but it didn't affect Wayne's help in dressing her. After wasting half a day, Wayne pulled out the elemental mantra and wanted to practice combo skills with Senna. "We have proved that the combination of Dragon Knights is not successful." Senna shook her head slightly. She and Wayne practiced a lot of combined skills, but none of them could be used against the enemy. "This time is different. I have studied outside and learned a lot of new postures." Wayne raised his eyebrows, raised his hand and touched Senna's eyebrows, added the data recorded by his mind and the actual combat pictures to the compressed file, and sent them all over. The data and pictures came from the natural knight and Pope Senna in the other world. The female war god swept all directions, invincible and invincible. If Wayne hadn't intervened, she could have blown up all those who didn't obey and become the strongest knight chosen by God in the other world. Similarly, if the rumors are true, the demigod can escape from the other world, and she can become the transcendent. Senna closed her eyes, checked the received data and pictures, and a look of surprise appeared on her face. She felt a little unwell. "What is this? Is this a data battle you simulated?" She opened her eyes, her beautiful eyes full of admiration. Wayne never regarded his followers as his followers, and was willing to treat every unlucky person equally, even the spirit of revenge, as a boss and an employee. Aben was an exception. In addition to being an employee, he also received a pet salary. Being worshipped by a beauty of Senna's level, Wayne's vanity was satisfied, and he was secretly happy, and then shook his head and said, "No, it's real battle data, which happened in the inner world." As he spoke, Wayne told about his experience in the inner world and emphasized Senna's identity and brilliant record in the inner world. Ripples appeared in Senna's eyes, and the desire of a strong man buried deep in her heart slowly emerged. She imagined that she could also replicate the scene in the outer world, and her breathing accelerated a little. Among all Wayne's wings, her aggression are the strongest, and she has a strong ambition to control and grasp. Because the pollution caused the scale of desire to tilt, this part of the desire was diluted. At this time, seeing myself in the other world killing people, the original desire was aroused again. Ready to make a move. Of course, it can also be said that the desire for faith is satisfied, and then seek the next spiritual need. Senna imagined for a moment, frowned slightly. The two desires are contradictory. After comparison, choose to give up the self-needs, and continue to persist in the desire for faith. Wayne is everything to her, nothing else matters. Wayne sensed the change in Senna's heart, held her in his arms, and whispered, "You know, now you come and go as you call, you have no character at all, I still like your unruly nature look." Senna tilted her head slightly and saw Wayne nodding in affirmation, and immediately smiled like a flower. "If this is your request, I will implement it, but you have to think clearly. At that time, I am afraid it will be difficult for you to control me." "Don't do it then," angry from shame. "It's okay, I have many hands and can grasp it." "Then I'll have to look forward to it." "I'm looking forward to it too." The corner of Wayne's mouth curled up. Senna's account had a great future and could not be wasted in his hands. He simply untied it and let it play freely. He wanted to see what achievements Senna in the outer world could achieve. Senna raised her hand and brushed Wayne's face, raised her eyebrows and said, "You didn't allow me to bully Ziffy before, but now, is it okay?" This question stumped Wayne, and he said speechlessly, "Although she calls you teacher, and she deserves to be bullied by you, I call her mom. If you bully my mom, I won't let you go easily. You can bully the teacher's teacher, but you don't allow me to bully my own students." "What's the point?" Senna asked with a sweet smile. "The principle of double standards." Wayne gritted his teeth. Since he had decided to let Senna go, he would do what he said. With a wave of his hand, he allowed her to do whatever she wanted. With a wave of her hand, the world in front of Senna became wider. She narrowed her eyes slightly and sneered, "Xife was very mean to me before and wanted me to drink her foot-washing water. This matter is not over yet. I will have to deal with her sooner or later." Wayne closed his eyes and sneered, "If you dare to deal with her, I will deal with you." "That's not what you said just now." "I only said that you are allowed to mess around, but I didn't say that you don't have to pay for it." Senna curled her lips and secretly said that the student had found a good student. Although she was dissatisfied, she still saw Wayne's concession and asked doubtfully, "Is this what you call sincerity for sincerity? To be precise, you get on the bus first and pay the ticket later." "Okay, it's a good start anyway." Senna regained her ambition and gradually moved closer to the original lustful person. She frowned and said, "In the other world, you and the Sun Knight teamed up to kill me. You were so cruel. You could obviously pollute me and make me obey your words. No, you killed too many people in the other world. You killed the entire Sun Church, most of the Dark Church, and even Anastasia's Pope." Father Wayne shrugged. "If NA doesn't die, God will not tolerate it." Hearing the warning in the words, Senna's lust was slightly restrained. She was a smart dragon blood, and with a little effort from Wayne, she understood where the scale was. Then he said, "Speaking of Anastasia, is she as insulted as me?" "What is an insult?" "It's obviously you who took the initiative to climb up." Wayne whispered, knowing that he was in the wrong. He clenched his fist and coughed lightly, "The situation on Anna's side is more complicated. I had already controlled the condition, but due to some accidents, I couldn't control it. Anna, you screamed so intimately. It's obvious that you didn't intend to control yourself. Senna was quite unhappy. She had been looking forward to pulling Anastasia into the water before, but now that her wish had come true, she was a little unhappy. What kind of class is Anastasia? Sharing a belly bar with her. It was indeed an accident. The dark goddess personally took action and pushed Anna into my arms. Wayne felt extremely aggrieved. This incident was not to blame on him, nor on Anastasia, it was all the fault of the dark goddess. Speaking of them, I don't know if anything has been found at the dark church headquarters. The goddess took the initiative to push her saint into the abyss. You really dare to make this up? Why don't you be bolder and let the dark goddess come to the world to seduce you personally? Senna laughed directly, trembling. Don't say it, it's true. Hee hee. Steamed buns, you don't believe it. Wayne's face turned red for a moment, as if his lies had been exposed. No one will believe it. Want to make a bet? Wayne showed a dagger engraved with a map. What bet? Senna became interested, and Wayne took the initiative to push the handle into her hand, and there was no reason to refuse. If you win, you can do whatever you want. If I win? Wayne leaned close to Senna's ear and told about the cruel qualifying environment. Individual competitions have been eliminated by the times, and team competitions, relay competitions, and group competitions are the mainstream. If he wins, Senna must be like this, and so on. Like this. Senna rolled her eyes at Wayne. I am her father-killing enemy in the other world. Aren't you afraid of her being angry with your arrangement like this? Just say it's okay. It's no problem for me, I'm sure to win anyway. Senna didn't panic at all and couldn't think of a reason to lose. Quickly, these are my requirements. As for you winning, you set the conditions yourself. My request is very simple. Senna put her ear against Wayne's, bit it first, and then exhaled a burst of fragrance. Wayne's ears were itching, and after hearing her request, he couldn't help but have a dark look on his face. Comrade Senna, it's wrong to eat alone. You will have no friends in the future, and no one will pay attention to you in the double queue. Just say it's okay. I don't have a problem, I'm going to win anyway. Wayne didn't panic at all and couldn't think of a reason to lose. The two of them clapped their hands and made an agreement, feeling that it was a sure thing. Seeing that Wayne repeatedly gave in, Senna was in a good mood, feeling the joy of being alone. She lifted Wayne's chin and rewarded him with a kiss full of disgust. The defeated Oracle High Priest, the teacher's teacher, the female dragon, the forced forbearance. After a series of buffs are filled up, she can also set up the stack of entries. Wayne took out the mantra of elements and put it in Senna's hand, slowly untying the restraints on the mantra of elements, wanting to see how the god-chosen spare tire in the inner world would perform in the outer world. Senna, she is done. No way, it's that easy. Wayne's mind entered Senna's body and found that he was the one who succeeded, not Senna. Senna's thinking body has already taken the shape of Wayne. When the dragon transformed, its ability to contain life energy was strengthened, and it accepted part of the information of the elemental mantra. At this point she accepted more, again without rejection. Senna is no longer the Senna she used to be. The essence of her life has changed. She is a void life covered in dragon blood and has embarked on a completely different path from her former self and herself in the other world. In this case, Wayne's reference to the Pope Senna in the other world seems a bit unreasonable. Looks like I can't become a natural knight anymore. Senna didn't care. She held the elemental mantra in her hand and closed her eyes to feel the power in it. When she opened her eyes again, her eyes turned into vertical dragon eyes. Wayne was swallowed by Senna in the other world, and his mind packed a large amount of data, allowing him to spy on the other party's dragon language magic. These data were sent intact to Senna in the outer world, who learned quickly and held the elemental mantra. Can cast corresponding dragon language magic. Super map cannon looking in the mirror is completed. It's possible, but I'm not a real natural knight after all. The power of dragon language magic is limited. In addition, I can't transform anytime and anywhere. Senna held the elemental mantra as if she had found a treasure, her beautiful eyes were filled with ripples, and she just wanted to keep it by her side forever. You get the elemental mantra, no one dares to say that you are not the Pope. Wayne nodded and continued, your life form has infinite possibilities. Don't get hung up on an artifact. You can go further in the future. Understand the information contained in it. One day in the future, you can do it without the elemental mantra. Use dragon language magic anytime, anywhere. Sena was stunned when she heard this. It seemed like this was really the case. She once did divination in the frozen continent, and her future was bright when she didn't encounter Wayne's fate line. But when she encountered Wayne's fate line, her future was even brighter. Stop thinking nonsense. In addition to meeting you and rectifying the natural church, I also want to kill Pope Ludwig. Do you have any information about him? Wayne patted his butt. The Pope is very powerful. He can break through the realm of demigods, but his desire for power suppresses his own accomplishments. Senna talked about Ludwig in her eyes and looked at the elemental mantra in her hand. It's different now. I'm confident that I can beat him. Where is Ludwig's power? He cultivated many loyal subordinates. When these people became high priests or oracle priests, they tasted the taste of power. Their loyalty was limited to the surface, and they gradually came up with their own ideas. The papal power is in Prussia, and Austria, where the headquarters of the natural church is located, is controlled by me and several other oracle high priests. He is ready to leave the God's chosen continent. He has been delegating power in the past 6 months. It can also be said to be muddying the waters. He has not named a successor, which has led to the 4 oracle high priests seizing power from each other. This is probably intentional. The forces that originally belonged to him can either wait and see, or defect to the other 3 oracle high priests. The Church of Nature is now far from a major reshuffle. It has fallen into chaos during the formation period. Each of the 4 oracle high priests has the possibility of ascending to the throne. People don't know how to choose, which gives the people below a headache. This is a real one-shot deal. If you make a mistake, you will be wrong for a lifetime. Did you win any allies? Wayne asked curiously. Senna shook her head slightly, knowing that you didn't like it. I didn't accept the Pope's original power. The only allies were the reluctant deputy leader Gavin and the lifeless great prophet Tube. Half a year has passed, and Senna's papal progress bar has not advanced. The 2 allies are not of the same mind as her. Gavin, the deputy leader of the Natural Knights, does not like Senna. Gavin adheres to the spirit of chivalry and is a person who has escaped from vulgar taste. He has noble aspirations. Senna cannot catch his eye and is willing to be an ally. It is purely because Senna is a gracious person. The same goes for Tubby. After losing 2 apprentices he had cultivated for many years, the old man lost his sight and couldn't find a suitable successor. He sat in the prophet's hall every day and muttered to himself. If he had to choose a side, he would only choose Senna. Senna has the support of the future nature knight behind her. If she doesn't support her, how about the other 3 insects? In other words, both of your allies are not interested in the internal affairs of the Church of Nature. In the worst case, the nature knight is more worthy of investment, so I chose you. Wayne was speechless. Gavin is a lazy drunkard, and Tubby has no power to interfere in internal affairs. Whether they are the same or not, Senna can only fight alone if she wants to become the Pope. Although I have no allies, I control the power of the saint. Tusa. Wayne thought of the brother and sister in Villa Number 8. The older brother, Alex, was an honest man, while the younger sister, Dusa, was a scheming person. If he remembered correctly, The two siblings were from the Frankish subdivision. Because she has white blood flowing in her body, she directly raised her hand to vote at you. White blood. It's nothing, I'm just talking casually. How do you control the saint? The Pope did not try to control the saint, and the oracle high priest would not let her go. The saint has great power. Because she cannot exercise her rights due to the 20-year election, she has no choice but to find me, who is also a woman. Speaking of this, Senna smiled ambiguously. How about the saint you have always been thinking about? Do you want me to arrange for you to teach her the spirit of chivalry at night? No, I already have a dedicated saint. Wayne waved his hands repeatedly. Today is different from the past. With Anastasia and the saint, he no longer has any thoughts. I was young and ignorant before, but now I have put on my pants and still have lingering fears about the saint. If the goddess of nature suddenly descends when doing the artificial human experiment and plays the same routine as the dark goddess, he will be in trouble and his life will be very difficult. These goddesses are more sinister than each other. If you can avoid them, avoid them. If you have any dissatisfaction, it will not be too late to discuss it in Tame River West in 30 years. Senna, give me the information of the 3 oracle priests. What do you want to do? Investigate. Wayne narrowed his eyes and said, from the Pope to the 3 of them, investigate them all thoroughly. As long as there is no competitor, your position as Pope will be stable. Then you can deal with them as Pope. The dark domain is open. Wayne and Senna walked out one after another, looking cold, as if they had just had a big fight. What kind of fight can last for 3 hours? Who are you two acting for? Odelia rolled her eyes and saw Nelson staring at the sofa in a daze. Regina took a water cup to cheer him up. Suddenly, she realized that it was for her. Odelia pouted, okay, at least she knew how to act, leaving some face for her secretary who was just a nominal girlfriend. Wayne looked at the sisters by the sofa, happily came over, patted Regina on the shoulder, and took the water cup from her hand. Nelson, right? It's our first meeting. I'm not polite to use this small sofa. You can pack up if you can't finish it. As he said that, he handed over the water cup and generously said that there would be plenty of drinks. Nelson's eyes twitched. After confirming Wayne's identity as a natural knight, he felt that his status was inferior. Facing the petty Wayne, he didn't dare to resist. She looked at her sister pitifully. They said that pretending to be pitiful could get away with it, so why didn't it work? Regina stepped forward and whispered, Boss, I know you are the most generous, right? Tell me again, honestly, am I generous? Generous? Regina, you weren't like this before. People always grow up, otherwise they can't survive in society. Wayne rolled his eyes and dodged when he saw Regina raising her hand to perform the sealing technique. Okay, for your sake, I'll be generous today and won't let her eat on the sofa. Boss, you're the best. Regina smiled and stepped forward, pressing her sister's head to thank her for not eating, and marveled that the legend of the library was indeed true. As long as the sealing technique was used, Wayne would obey. It's like this even without sealing, and if it's sealed, it's like you can get whatever you want. Sister, your idea is very dangerous, Odelia will tear you apart. Wayne waved his hand and let the two sisters reminisce on the side. On the other side, Senna took the initiative to find Odelia. The beauty was aggressive by nature, and a slight smile could give off a terrifying sense of oppression. The literary girl was uneasy and wanted to call Regina for support, and it would be best if she could bring her sister with her. I remember your name is Odelia, right? Odelia didn't speak and took a step back. Why, are you scared? Are you afraid that I will eat you? Senna's eyes turned into dragon eyes. Seeing Odelia's cautious appearance, she secretly said that she was cute. I want to bully her severely. I'm not scared, but you smell too strong, Odelia complained. No way, I remember to clean it up. Senna lifted her robe and sniffed her sleeves, smiling gracefully. It's your boyfriend's smell. I'm so sorry that I got these smells in front of you. Don't blame him, blame me if you want to blame him. He just made a mistake that all men would make. Shameless. Odelia gnashed her teeth, thinking about turning into a succubus to suppress Senna. The old witch was too beautiful, and she was seriously lacking in confidence. At this time, the trembling Odelia was very similar to Veronica. Senna thought so too. She saw the shadow of Veronica in Odelia and wanted to bully her even more. She leaned forward slightly and whispered in her ear, "Don't worry, I never want love, I just want your boyfriend's body." Odelia. Take back what she said before. Senna is not shameless, but her face is impeccable. Odelia, you really don't need to be angry. You don't need your boyfriend, and you are idle anyway. I help you take care of yourself so that others won't cheat on you. On the one hand, I help you practice your skills, and on the other hand, I guarantee his purity. You still have to thank me, Senna said with reason. Seeing that Odelia remained silent, Senna's stand-up comedy was boring, and she increased her output and said, "It's 90% new, just like it's never been used. If you don't believe me, you can check it tonight. If you have the guts." After that, her smile became even brighter. Wayne rolled his eyes at the side. What a trick of treating, beheading, accepting as a dog. In the past, Senna would not take the initiative to accept a younger sister. Was it the pressure Anastasia's participation in the qualifying competition gave her? You are listening to Novels at Bless Up channel. Wish you happiness and luck. Please subscribe to receive new novels. How do you feel about this novel? Please like and leave a comment. Restarting the Myth. Author, Fengchao Huang. Chapter 369. Living Room. Wayne sat alone on the sofa, looking through the information and maps, marking the maps with a red pen from time to time. The information was sent by Senna, involving the black material of the Pope and the 3 oracle high priests. Once leaked, the reputation of the entire natural church's top leaders would collapse. Although the reputation was average before, the fig leaf has always existed. In the eyes of the lower-level believers, the Pope and the oracle high priests are high above, and they are all saints with lofty ideals. Senna returned to the church headquarters with the elemental mantra, thinking and keeping in touch with Wayne, waiting for his next order. In principle, the natural knight has no right to interfere in the natural church, not to mention that Wayne is only the heir of God's choice, not the only natural knight. But it is not possible in principle, but it is actually feasible. Wayne just doesn't want to set this precedent. There are too many black histories of the church's top leaders. Just check it and you will find a lot of bad accounts. There is no need to make a big fuss to drive them out of office. The evidence can be put on their faces. Only then will Wayne roll up his sleeves and show off his muscles if they are unreasonable. I will reason with you, but if you don't listen, don't blame me for talking about physics. In the corner of the living room, the 2 sisters put their heads together, whispering loudly. Because of the aura of the natural knight, Wayne's image in Nelson's heart has changed, and he no longer persuades his sister to resign and go home to take over the family business. From the perspective of a magician, the status of the God-chosen knight is extremely high. Working for the natural knight is a way that many people can't get even if they kneel down. If Wayne hadn't been surrounded by too many beauties, and flirting with the coquettish elder sister in front of his girlfriend, and his private life was too chaotic, she would have wanted her sister to help introduce a job. "Boss, have you found anything?" Odelia brought the brewed black tea, added half a cup to Wayne, and sat aside to help him compile information. The sitting posture was very intimate, a little more active than usual, as if curled up. These data cannot be used as evidence, and the map won't reveal anything. I'm going to go out tonight to collect some substantial evidence, Wayne said without raising his head. Odelia pushed her glasses and leaned towards Wayne again. The unique fragrance of the girl spread. Wayne didn't show anything, but her face had already turned red. Just be yourself. Don't compare yourself with Senna. She is a legendary wizard and has dragon blood. It's not normal. Wayne glanced at Odelia. Pat your head. Jpg. Odelia was slightly dissatisfied. Since the change in their relationship, Wayne has been accommodating her, behaving gentlemanly and considerately, and no longer has the shameless attitude before. Shame on her, she prefers the bad guy before. Odelia knew that Wayne was taking care of her feelings, but the more this happened, the more distant the two of them became. She mustered up her courage and said, "Boss, I'm not comparing myself to Teacher Senna. I'm your secretary, and Miss Mona is also your secretary. The person I'm comparing myself to is her. It's different, you're still my girlfriend. Then we should be closer. What's the difference between me and Regina now?" Odelia blinked. "Boss, there are too many places marked on the map. Do you need me to go on a mission tonight?" "Mission?" Regina ran over. "Boss, do you have any mission for me?" Among the 14 vengeful spirits that were packed in one go, she had the highest work enthusiasm, self-discipline, rigor, and meticulousness. She would never delay until the next day if she could work overtime to solve the problem, which met Wayne's stereotype of Prussians. "There is indeed a mission for you." Wayne touched his chin and pointed on the map. "Several targets in the city, you go check them, be careful, don't reveal your whereabouts, it doesn't matter if you can't find them, you must not alert the enemy. I guarantee to complete the mission." "Well, I'll go back and buy you a new bag." Wayne drew a worthless pie and looked at Odelia and said, "Beauty, do you want to meet tonight?" "Of course." Odelia was about to agree, but she noticed Regina's enthusiasm for work from the corner of her eye, pushed her glasses and said, "Boss, it's working hours now, please don't bring personal relationships, it will make me very troubled." Okay, you play like this too." Wayne almost laughed out loud, and said with a straight face, "I'm wrong, secretary, you will go on a mission with me tonight, perform well, otherwise your salary will be deducted." "Please rest assured, I won't let you down." Odelia stood up and said. Regina was puzzled and puzzled. She couldn't understand what the two were doing. Didn't Odelia want to get close to the boss? Why did she distance herself from him? Are they ready to break up? Wayne asked Regina to remember the red dot on the map and take Odelia with him. Before Regina left the house, her sister Nelson blocked her way. "Nelson, I have to go to work. You wait at home and I'll play with you when I come back." "You talk to your sister like that? There are no sisters in the magic world, only strong ones. You taught me this." The two stared at each other, and Regina shrugged. "The mission is dangerous. I can't take you out. Believe me, you know too much today. This is very unfriendly to your life safety." Nelson looked at his sister who had made great progress in strength. He was envious and happy for her. Then he looked at himself who was standing still. His mind was particularly complicated. He wanted to become the sister who could protect his sister again. "Regina, is your current strength related to your night boss?" Nelson gritted his teeth. "Yeah, he gave them all to me." Regina was very sure that everything from food, clothing, housing, transportation to life enhancement and succubus form was given by Wayne. She didn't need to think too much. She would do whatever Wayne said, and it wouldn't be wrong. "Well, can you recommend a job for me?" Nelson hesitated. Putting aside his chaotic private life, Wayne might really be a good boss. Taking a step back, from the perspective of employees, whether the boss's private life is chaotic or not, what does it have to do with the employees? If you have to say it has something to do with it, the employees have the fun of adjusting their boring work. It's a good thing. Nelson forced himself to comfort himself, looking at Regina eagerly, hoping that his sister would help introduce him. Seeing her frowning and not speaking, he hurriedly said, "Regina, you know me, I am very capable. It's not a question of whether I can do it or not." Regina shook her head. To work for Wayne, she had to die with resentment. The truth could not be confessed. Seeing her sister's face full of hope, she could only say, "I will say a few good words for you when the boss comes back, but if he refuses, I can't do anything. From what you said, he will definitely refuse. If nothing unexpected happens, I will help you with the task, and you can get extra points for excellent performance. No, if you dare to leave this door, I will no longer have you as a sister." Wayne was the former capital of Austria. After being incorporated into Prussia, it no longer regarded itself as a capital. It was surrounded by dense forests on three sides and many rivers. It was a romantic city covered with green and music. Wayne's goal tonight is to walk away from the city center, along the Seno River, and into the sparsely populated forest hinterland. The night sky is dotted with stars, and the breeze blows, and you can still hear the melodious waltz. This city has a strong musical atmosphere. If that person did not teach himself to paint, but studied music, maybe. The pressure is even greater, and he will fail the exam. Learning to paint cannot save Prussia. Wayne walked through the forest at night, with a very fast pace, and Ottilia followed closely behind. Her own strength improved with Wayne, and she herself was a little frightened. The two walked quickly for 10 minutes, and Wayne seemed to have his own magnetic field radar, crossing mountains and ridges to a hidden mountain path. He raised his foot and stepped on the road. It has a good load-bearing capacity, but it's a pity for civilian use, and it's in such a remote valley. Found the right place. The first goal has a big harvest. Wayne secretly said that his luck was off the charts. He gestured to Ottilia and then communicated only with his mind. The two men walked forward again and soon arrived at a military restricted area. Several searchlights swept the shadows of the surrounding forests, and several teams of soldiers with live ammunition set up checkpoints. Wayne pondered whether to sneak in. Tonight was not the time to close the net, and it was not appropriate to alert the enemy. But since he was here, there was no reason to be scared away by a few Prussian soldiers. He was not a Frank and could not withstand loud scolding in Prussian. "Let's go in and take a look." Wayne avoided the searchlights and walked towards the military restricted area. With his thinking ability, the entire military restricted area and the underground fortress were within the coverage range, which was enough to reverse the perception of these soldiers. If they found his figure, they would just pretend that they didn't notice it. Just in case, Wayne didn't go too far. He avoided it when he should, and lurked through the checkpoint perfectly, only deceiving the guards at the entrance of the underground castle. The entrance to the castle was covered by a heavy iron door, and the passages were crisscrossed, like a huge maze. As soon as he entered the door, Wayne felt a chilly cold air blowing in his face, and there was a faint roar of huge machines, as if they were digging something at night. Before crossing, Wayne had heard a lot of descriptions about Prussian black technology, as well as mysterious and dark black magic such as helology and alchemy. It was very convincing. If it weren't for the Allied Captain Stars and Stripes, it would be hard to say who would win or lose in this battle. Off topic. Wayne scattered his thoughts and crawled along the wall of the underground castle, sorting out a complex topographic map of three-dimensional modeling in his mind. It was a large underground base with several large scientific research laboratories, and some research Wayne was very interested in. Void life. Hell container. A large number of magic creation arms. Prussia really has mastered a lot of black technology. Wayne opened his eyes, rubbed his hands and took Ottilia to the first laboratory. The research data was beneficial to his evolution. The underground castle was a treasure trove of knowledge for him. It was not in vain, Prussia can be fleeced for a long time. The laboratory does not have 2 shifts, nor does it say that people stay up late to work overtime. Scientific researchers are treasures everywhere. At this time, it was close to midnight. Although the lights in the laboratory were on, most of the scientific researchers went back to the dormitory to rest. Wayne and Odelia picked up the white coats hanging on the wall and put them on. With their powerful thinking, excellent eloquence and very friendly smile, they made several bright-headed researchers believe that he was a newcomer. With someone to show the way, it was convenient for Wayne to borrow data. He quickly wrote down the experimental data and found a directory in the top-secret archives, which recorded the locations of several other scientific research bases in Prussia. Just this directory made Wayne's trip worthwhile. Odelia helped to organize the information. The shocking research data made her scalp numb, especially the mass-produced void soldiers. The bold design concept really shocked her. As we all know, the most critical and important information will not be kept in the laboratory, but in the safe in the base commander's office. Wayne gained a lot and his desire became stronger. He went to the office alone, skillfully pried open the door and unlocked several doors, and got the important information he wanted. At a glance, Wayne couldn't help but feel his scalp tingling. The cooperation between the Church of Nature and the Prussian authorities far exceeded his expectations. To be precise, it was Pope Ludwig who provided a lot of help to help Prussia expand its war potential. From energy to reserve forces, the combination of magic and machinery collided with wonderful sparks. On a design drawing, magicians and artillery were integrated into one, and the advanced concept was very cyber style. Good stuff. If he succeeds, sweeping across the chosen continent is not a dream. Wayne was surprised and happy. What surprised him was Prussia's war background. If the idea on the design drawing has come true, the front line can break through the impregnable defense line. Of course, this is based on the premise that other churches stand aside and watch. What made Wayne happy was that the design concept could also be used by himself. The Pale Knight was good at using cold weapons, but it did not say that it could not be converted into hot weapons. This idea was worth exploring, and it opened the door to a new world in front of him. Wayne flipped through the information in the safe, and the more he read, the more frightened he was. The Gate of Hell is mentioned here, and there are detailed records of the summoning of the 7 Demon King containers, and remarkable progress has been made. The geothermal energy is converted into mechanical energy, and then into electrical energy. The machine just now is, this pipe is inserted really deep, aren't you afraid of digging the entrance to hell? The trace of the devil's blood. The theoretical research and conception of the chosen knight cannot be studied without the real object, so it is sealed. Magic aircraft, super air fortress, absolute air supremacy. Heavy nuclear fission reaction. The world has suffered from the flesh for a long time, and humans have their limits. Machines become gods. What exactly is the belief in gods, and what does information pollution mean to gods? Half an hour later, Wayne put down all the information, and his mood was difficult to calm down for a long time. It is just a scientific research base, but the accumulated results make the Ministry of Magic in Windsor look small-scale and petty. It is not that the research team in Windsor is not good, but the concepts are different. The legendary wizards in Windsor are too conservative and selfish. The research projects are only for themselves. Prussia is not like that. Every research is planned for mass production. First military, then civilian, the research funds are used for military, and the cycle is endless. It's good, but can this thing be promoted for civilian use? Wayne looked at a pile of design drawings. The flesh and blood of the magician were replaced by guns and cannons. It was outrageous to fuse planes and tanks, and there were also fusion battleships and aircraft carriers. How can this thing be promoted for civilian use? It's a mechanical ascension for all people, right? Wayne couldn't complain. The scene of the air raid on London flashed before his eyes. A half man, half-fighter-style monster had its chest cracked open and aimed at Buckingham Palace and threw a little fat man. With a bang, the island country was nuked again. The Queen's voice is broadcast. Oh, the Queen was nuked. Austen's voice spread throughout Windsor, and everyone raised their hands in surrender. If Prussia's concept map is fully realized, the gate of hell and the like will seem ordinary. Wayne put the information back in place, wiped off the traces he left behind, and took Odelia to the next target. "Boss, you look very ugly." "Well, Prussia has the ability to open the gate of hell, and it is very likely that he has contacted a certain demon king of hell. This news must be passed to the Holy See as soon as possible. Even if it is only possible, Prussia cannot be allowed to mess around." Wayne's brows were twisted into the shape of a chew-on. The known opening location of the Gate of Hell is the underground tomb of Paris, and London is to be determined. Now there is another Prussia, and the specific location is unknown. There is nothing wrong with the 7 reincarnated angels descending at once. Wayne thought it was too many before, but now he thinks it is too few. 7 is not enough, at least 70 are needed, otherwise it will block the east and not the west, and it will be in vain in the end. Have you found evidence of the cooperation between the high-level officials of the Natural Church and Prussia? It's not evidence. It's just Prussia's words. If we don't find the account book, we can't do anything to anyone, Wayne said. The information only mentioned that Pope Ludwig provided technical assistance, but did not specify what technology it was. Moreover, it happened many years ago. Ludwig could just find a reason to distance himself from the matter. Wayne had a headache. His target of investigation was the high-level officials of the Natural Church. As he was investigating, he turned to the audacious Prussia. What that person said was so right. We can't investigate everything. What if we find something? Wayne hadn't done much research, but so many bombs had already been revealed. If he really dug deeper. Wait, since I can find out, the Papal State, as the #1 power in the chosen continent, must also know that the old man Jiao Huan couldn't sleep for a long time and was in a hurry to find the reincarnated angel. It's probably because he knew too much. Wayne pondered for a moment. He could remind the Papal State, but he couldn't always be the first to rush in. If there were traitors in the Papal State and sent his information to hell, the devil would definitely find a way to open the door in London to find him. After thinking about it, it was more reasonable to remind through the official channels of the Natural Church. It not only informed the information of the Gate of Hell, but also let the Natural Church and Prussia sever their ties. The past was the past. The previous pope was not a human being. Now is now. Under the leadership of the Knight of Nature, the new pope is a good person and works hard to benefit the chosen continent. Perfect, let's do it. Wayne finalized the follow-up plan and prepared to cut through the mess quickly. He stayed up late and worked overtime in the next few days to investigate all the targets at once, let Senna use the evidence to clear out the high-level insects, and then contact the Papal State as the Pope. Just as he was thinking about it, SISI received Regina's message and turned his head to look towards the city. You are so unlucky that this has happened to you. Urban area, abandoned factory buildings. Regina followed Wayne's order and arrived at the third investigation site. After completing the exploration of the surrounding area, she did not go deep in the first place. Instead, she got into the sewer and checked the surrounding terrain. This stronghold is the territory of Weaving, the oracle high priest of the Church of Nature. He provides people and technology, and the Prussian authorities provide funds and equipment. The two parties cooperate in a friendly manner and share experimental results. The research at the stronghold revolves around the flesh and blood of the starry sky beast. A fire broke out in the warehouse of the Church of Nature headquarters, and the stronghold had more research materials. The research and development project is to mass-produce void soldiers. The upper level is a laboratory and the lower level is an explosive ordnance factory. It has now entered the mass production stage. At the entrance of the factory, several military cars stopped. More than a dozen officers got out of the cars, and the Oracle High Priest Wei Wen was also there. This is a middle-aged man with a gentle smile. He wears a neat suit and has never worn a robe. He looks more like a social elite, a doctor, or a lawyer. Regina squatted nearby. She had seen Wei Wen's photo in the information and recognized the face. Without thinking much, she immediately tried to contact Wayne. "Big Fish, I can protect you tonight." "Two generals, you have inspected the factory before. I will not accompany you tonight. Please allow me to leave for a while." Wei Wen politely led a group of officers to the entrance of the factory and asked the person in charge to conduct reception. "Mr. Vivian, I have several very important questions here." "Sorry, I have more important questions here." Wei Wen smiled slightly and glanced at where Regina was hiding. "There is a little mouse that needs to be cleaned up. If you leave it alone, it will disturb us, won't it?" The two officers suddenly understood, smiled, and nodded. They are not worried about anything happening to Wei Wen. The legendary mage is already the best in the world. As long as he doesn't run into the chosen knight, he can walk sideways anywhere. Especially high-level church officials like Wei Wen, the Oracle High Priest, are also top-notch among legendary mages. "Mr. Vivian, I hope you can return as soon as possible. It won't take much time." "As it should be." Several people looked at each other and smiled, and a group of officers followed the person in charge into the factory. Wei Wen turned around and looked in the direction where Regina disappeared. The smile on his face faded, and his eyebrows turned sinister for a moment. "Whose person is it, Baker or Mikari? These two guys left Senna alone but came to deal with me. Do you really think that bitch will just stay there?" Wei Wen took one step forward, and his body disappeared like a teleportation. After a few steps, he closed the distance between him and Regina. When he noticed Regina moving towards the forest on the outskirts of the city, he still said unhurriedly, "Run away, wherever you can go today, just wait and die." On the banks of the Seine, the wide river flows calmly, the lights in the distance illuminate the night sky, and the two-color stars are bright. Regina's black robe covered her whole body and stopped moving by the river. A pale wrinkled mask was attached to her face, and the spiral folds were deeply sunken at the eye sockets. The mask looks ominous. "Why don't you run away?" Wei Wen looked around and said contemptuously, "Choose to die here or have your accomplices nearby. If it is the latter, there is no need to wait any longer. I tell you responsibly that your accomplices have given up on you and there is no life nearby people." "You can't say that, I've always been alive." A soft whisper came from the distance, lingering in my ears and unable to be dispelled, as if it was far away yet close to my heart. Wei Wenzi's eyes suddenly shrank when he heard this, and he suddenly turned around and looked over. "Who is there, Ludwig, is it you?" In the darkness, a twisted shadow stretched infinitely. J. Restarting the Myth. Author, Fengchao Huang. Chapter 370. Accompanied by a gloomy and shrill laugh, a twisted dark shadow spread on the ground, like a creeping tentacle or a burning devil flame. At the end of the shadow, a devil with black wings on his back was suspended in the air. His hands and feet were as slender as pale dead wood, and his face was half a mask with a strong hellish wind. "I'm sorry to disappoint you, Archpriest Vuan. I'm not here on behalf of His Excellency Pope Ludwig." Wayne used the semi-finished Philosopher's Stone to complete the transformation, playing the role of the devil vividly. He often used this form to scare Hexunio, Archangel. "You don't want to do anything, practice hard, practice makes perfect, and play the role of the devil just like the real thing." This semi-finished Philosopher's Stone came from the Papal States, and it was the favorite vest of the reincarnated angel Archibald. Angels are positive characters, and stealing and cheating are contrary to the glorious image of angels, but demons are different, and there is no psychological burden to blame. After that, The semi-finished Philosopher's Stone was transferred to Wayne, who also liked to use it to do dirty work. Produced by the Papal States, officially approved by the Archangel, the quality is guaranteed. Vaughan couldn't tell that Wayne was acting, and really thought he had seen a ghost in the middle of the night. His heart sank, and he had a hint of ominous premonition. Thinking carefully, it was terrifying that someone was targeting him. "Who are you here for, Ludwig, Beck, Macquarie or Senna?" Vaughan asked sharply, and reported the names of several suspects. "Senna," Wayne said without hesitation. "So that's it, it's one of Beck and Macquarie, or both of them are involved." Vaughan secretly hated it. It was agreed that the competition for the Pope would be based on means, but he actually attacked secretly and used some despicable means. Since the other side has set a precedent, don't blame him for retaliating with the same means. The headquarters of the Church of Nature is located in Osteria, the back garden of Prussia. As the high priest of the oracle, Vaughan has had close contacts with Prussian senior officials recently, provided a lot of technical assistance, and has more or less understood their research projects. As soon as Wayne saw his devilish form, he guessed that the Prussian high-level officials also participated in the attack on him, and said in a deep voice, "My cooperation with you is at a critical stage. What good will it do for you to turn against me at this time? As expected of the high priest, I can't hide it from you." Wayne laughed sinisterly twice, and arranged an identity for himself based on the intelligence collected tonight. "I am carrying out the orders of the Waffen-SS Inspectorate. The higher UPS think that your project is too cost-effective. On the contrary, cooperation with other high priests has more strategic value. What else? There is a technical neck over there, and they specifically want to break your neck. High Priest Wen, for the sake of the head of state and the Great Prussia, I can only wrong you for a while." Wayne suddenly became loyal, and his gloomy voice became sacred. "I am the Oracle High Priest of the Church of Nature. You ambushed me at the door of the church headquarters. Are you crazy?" Wen laughed in anger. He knew that this group of people had been brainwashed into lunatics, but he didn't expect them to be so crazy and do things without considering the consequences. "It's you, they've already said hello, your disappearance won't have any impact." "Asshole, Ludwig is involved too." Wen was furious to the extreme, raised 5 fingers, inserted his left hand into the black crack, and when he took it out, there were 5 more rings on his hand. The 4 colors of earth: yellow, golden red, azure blue, and turquoise represent earth, fire, water, and wind respectively. The ring on the thumb is inlaid with a turbid white ring, representing the void. Wen didn't see any movement, the surrounding space solidified instantly, and the prohibition similar to the space barrier was spread out. The cube space edge was a kilometer long, welding the internal space into a hole, eliminating the possibility of entry and exit. He wanted to catch the devil alive, bring him to the church headquarters, and confront him in front of Pope Ludwig. Clatter! The 12 edges of the cube overflowed with white foam, spewing out large pieces of flesh and blood of star beasts. These highly polluting white foams fell from the sky like raindrops. Wayne, Odelia, and Regina stood under the rain curtain. White raindrops fell on their bodies, sliding down like mercury, as if it was just ordinary rain, without any characteristics of parasitic pollution of the flesh and blood of the star beast. Vaughan's heart trembled. The enemy came prepared, indicating that his information was leaked by the insects in the church, and targeted deployment was carried out. He. Wayne raised his hands, the cold ice rain hit his face randomly, and he opened his mouth and swallowed the white raindrops. What delicious rain! It seems that the high priest can't wait to die. As the voice fell, Odelia and Regina completed the hell transformation. The 2 succubi have horns that bend backwards on their foreheads, black flesh wings stretching from their waists, and slender tails like venomous snakes wrapped around their straight and tight long legs. The face is beautiful, the pupils are square, and they are wearing black tights, outlining the perfect devil figure, and the snow-white skin exudes a soft luster. When they first transformed into succubi, Odelia and Regina were unable to effectively control their own power. Coupled with the stereotype of succubi, they were led by the hellish energy and interpreted the charm of succubi as the style of the alleys of London. After Wayne's correction, they realized that succubi is not equal to technical workers, and they would not be bitchy in tea, but would only feel sorry for Jiggy. Succubi that cannot cater to the public lack selling points, and there is no market. At this time, they have been able to control their own energy, without that dusty atmosphere, and have a bit more freshness and coldness, which has infinitely raised the charm index of succubi, and has a passive mental attack when fighting. The contrast is more attractive. The dusty succubus and the cold and noble succubus, except for the unimportant ones, everyone knows how to choose. Vuin was surrounded by 3 demons who were not afraid of the flesh and blood of the star beasts. His anger towards the insects in the church reached the extreme. He sneered, "They are the vessels of the Lord of Lust. Who are you? There is no devil like you in hell. I am the highest masterpiece of the SS. Which devil I correspond to, this is a secret that cannot be told." Wayne smiled sinisterly. "I will personally interrogate your thinking." Vuin waved his hand to roll the 4 elements of earth, fire, water, and wind. The huge elemental energy turned into a 4-color torrent around him, and mixed with the flesh and blood of the star beasts, so that these white foams with only survival instincts were reborn and became noses and eyes. Roar, roar, roar. A series of roars sounded, and the wriggling white foam and the 4 elements had some unknown reaction, growing limbs and arms, and became independent individuals. Wayne exclaimed, as expected of the High Priest of Oracle, the best among the legendary wizards. "It seems that the information I got is not accurate enough. You are too strong." Wayne sneered. "However, I was further strengthened before I came here, and these little things can't do anything to me." Wayne flapped his wings and took a step forward. His thin and dry body suddenly swelled up, and the vacuum in his body formed a huge suction force. As he opened his flaming red lips, his upper and lower jaws expanded like an inhuman, and the terrifying suction rolled up the hurricane, swallowing all the surrounding white foam into his stomach. The void life that had just become an independent individual had not stabilized its shape, and the white foam and flesh on its body were cut off by the hurricane. After thousands of cuts, the body shrank until it disappeared. At this time, Wayne was like a big pot, and the void life was knife-cut noodles. From Wayne's perspective, the mysterious devil could not only swallow the flesh and blood of the star beast without being polluted, but also swallow the energy of the 4 elements, which was generally difficult to fill up. He looked at the elemental power rings in his hand in horror, and the fire element power ring was the most frightening. With a slight traction, he led the other 3 elements to launch a suicide attack on the devil. "So that's it? You were originally the vessel of the gluttonous Demon King, and you adjusted it for me. This can't go on any longer." Wayne secretly thought it was tricky. The Prussian high-level research on hell had reached an incredible level. They had to show mercy and capture him alive. Tonight, he was the one who underestimated the enemy and was captured. Buzz buzz buzz. Boundless darkness spread out, with Wayne as the center, expanding to the entire cube space. Life force field. The symbol of legendary wizards, and also the ability they are proud of, dragging the void to descend, recasting the 3-dimensional space, and forming a unique domain world of their own. Here, legendary wizards are gods, who can manipulate the enemy's perception at will and change the elemental energy to form various substances at will. The more knowledge a legendary wizard has, the stronger his life force field will be. When he advances to demigod, his life force field will become real. The life field can also change reality and give the knowledge of demigod to others, thus changing the essence of life. After turning on the life force field, Wayne secretly said that it was safe. The 3 devils are the containers of the devil of hell. The containers themselves have no realm to speak of. Their power comes from the 7 deadly sins of the devil, and they can be regarded as man-made servants. Without the realm of a magician, they cannot become strong through practice. Apart from a burst of brute force, there is nothing else to praise. After all, the container is made to summon the devil. Without the devil's thinking, the container can only be a container. Why, when's thoughts flickered, and the lush forest world suddenly blew violently. Wayne and the other two were floating in the air in a daze, their perception was disturbed, and they could not find the direction of why when. Tell me, who are the high-ranking members of the Church of Nature who are cooperating with you? Reporting to the great leader, it is Pope Ludwig, the 3 oracle priests Baker, Weaving, and Macquarie. Wayne replied in confusion. Under the devil's skin, the greedy big eyes suddenly opened. In an instant, the entire life force field was ashamed and displayed naked in front of him. Wayne shared the perspective and transmitted the real picture he saw to Odelia and Regina, pretending that he was blinded by chaotic perception and could not get rid of the control of the life force field, and let the 2 succubi deal with Weaving. This container can carry and fight, ignore the pollution of the void, and is not controlled by the life force field. Weaving's body can't stand it. Wayne did not plan to kill Weaving tonight, and was ready to let him return to the church alive. He could not show the crushing level of power and had to reduce the intensity. Snap! Regina waved the thorn whip transformed by the energy of hell, and the black afterimage tore through the wind, like a venomous snake spitting out its tongue, and went straight to Weaving's neck. Vuan was interrogating for information, but he didn't expect Regina to be immune to the control of the life force field. He was not careful and it was too late to dodge. He hurriedly raised his arms, and the thorn whip was wrapped around his neck and arms. The whip was wrapped in blazing flames, the stings penetrated his skin, and the flames burned his flesh, causing him to gasp in pain. At the same time, the end of the thorn whip turned into a black-scaled venomous snake, the snake mouth opened, and fiercely bit Vuan's neck. Venom injection. Vuan screamed, and the magic frenzy was released from his body, summoning the 4 elements filled in the life force field, cutting off the whip with a wind blade vortex, and blowing Regina away. He raised his hand to pull out the venomous snake from his neck, transformed into a natural elf, and suppressed the restless divine song toxin in his blood vessels with divine magic. In terms of magic attainments, this level of fatal injury is not fatal to him at all. He raised his hand and sealed the poison. In the air, a black shadow was cast down. Vuan only heard the hissing sound of the wind, and then a succubus holding a black flame sword chopped down from the air. He raised his left hand, and the 4 elements power ring transformed into an energy shield. At the moment of blocking the attack, he suddenly opened his eyes and stared upward. The terrifying thought impact pushed the energy shield to complete the instant acceleration. The black flame sword in Ottilia's hand shattered, and the whole person flew into the sky with the shield. Vuan teleported and disappeared from the spot. When he appeared again, he had come behind Ottilia, took out a silver rapier from his sleeve, and stabbed Ottilia's back. With a puff, the hilt was pierced. Vuan snorted coldly, through Ottilia's body, and repeated the same trick, teleporting and backstab, turning Regina into a corpse. The 2 silver rapiers have a sealing effect, which can isolate thoughts and ignore the enemy's self-healing ability. With proper tactics, legendary wizards of the same realm can also kill instantly. He is very sure that the hearts of the 2 lust masters have been pierced, and they are dead. Damn SS, they have even figured out how to crack the life force field. Although Vuan won, his face was extremely gloomy. The life force field that the legendary wizard was proud of was fully analyzed. If it weren't for the average strength of the 2 succubi, he would have suffered today. No wonder they dared to launch an assassination at the door of the church headquarters. It turned out that they thought he was not worth winning over, and wanted to kill him to make room for the church's insects. Vuan felt a chill in his heart, not because of the assassination, but because the life force field that he was proud of was denied. As a magician with profound attainments, he knew very well what terrible impact Prussia's research would cause. It is enough to change the entire magic world, no, the pattern of the entire world. No, it's not that scary. Only 2 succubi can do it. The container of the Lord of Gluttony doesn't have this ability. Wen kept comforting himself, holding his neck that was stinging with poison, and teleported to Wayne. Tell me, where is the laboratory that made you? Wayne looked loyal and fanatical. Report to the great leader. Snap! The blackthorn whip attacked again, drawing a strange arc and biting towards Wen's neck. How could he still be alive? The sudden change shocked Wen. He was about to ask for information, but was interrupted at this time. He didn't have time to think about it and teleported away. As soon as he landed, a black figure pounced on him as fast as lightning. Otilia held the black flame sword in her hand, and a silver-white rapier was inserted behind her, ignoring the effect of the seal and suppression of self-healing, as if she had died long ago. Wen couldn't figure it out, and became more and more wary of his research on the Prussian authorities. He felt that the person who understood the devil best in the world was not the devil, but the Prussian SS. He teleported again, but in the blink of an eye, Regina rushed over with a thorn whip in her hand, and a silver-white rapier was also stuck behind her. Rather than saying that the succubus was extremely fast, it would be better to say that the succubus was waiting for an opportunity and saw the life force field clearly. Realizing that teleportation was useless and the unpredictable life force field could not interfere with the 2 succubi, Vivian exclaimed that it was incredible and did not believe in evil, and continued to use several common tricks. Legendary wizards have always been able to bully noobs, and have many tricks. Unfortunately, the effect is average. Otilia and Regina have the guidance of experts and have opened the perspective of the whole map. No matter how good Vivian's micromanipulation is, it is impossible to hide in the eyes of the 2. Just like a certain transport captain, he was as fierce as a tiger when he operated, but he looked back and saw that he was stupid. 2 black shadows were like ghosts, and they staggered around Vivian and launched a violent attack. During the period, they encountered Vivian's micromanipulation trying to save the situation, and the winning rate was further increased. Wen has never been so frustrated since he became a legendary wizard. The 2 succubi are quite powerful, but he doesn't take them seriously. As long as he gets serious, he can take them down with a wave of his sleeves. But before that, he has to prove that his life force field is still the peak of human strength. Otherwise, he won't be able to sleep well in the future. At the same time, seeing that the 2 succubus secretaries were fighting for a long time and getting further and further away from the original script, Wayne gave them another buff. A red light flashed in Otilia's eyes. She shouted and waved her slender nails to cut 5 red lights. As if some kind of switch was turned on, Wayne, who was standing still, looked up at the sky and opened his mouth to make a strange gurgling sound. Accompanied by a large amount of white foam, a faint whisper spread in the life force field, and the energy wandering around gradually solidified, as if attracted by the whisper, and stopped to listen carefully. The listener was not the 4 elements, but Vuan, the master of the life force field. Hearing the whisper in his ear, he was about to refuse, but suddenly found that it really made sense. Hearing this, his hands slowed down, and his rigid thinking led to a decrease in reaction speed, which was seized by Otilia and Regina, who attacked continuously. Regina swung a long whip to wrap around Vuan's neck, and the poisonous snake spit out the divine song toxin, dyeing Vuan's neck and the whole face purple and black. Otilia jumped over Regina, pulled out the silver-white rapier on her vest, rushed to Vuan in an instant, and attacked ruthlessly. The rapier flashed with cold light, a dazzling light flashed by, and the blade pierced Vuan's body. Vuan listened to Wayne's reasoning with most of his mind, and realized that the crisis was too late, and the silver-white rapier pierced his neck. He cried out in grief, waved his hand to break the black whip, and tore the venomous snake to pieces. Before he waved his hand to drive Odelia away, he saw the latter's figure like a black electric light, leaving a trail of after-images. Regina and Odelia exchanged positions and cooperated very well. She pulled out the rapier behind Odelia, wanting to repeat the trick and fill 2 more holes in Weaving's body. The whispers in his ears were too weird. The 3 demons were more difficult to deal with than each other. Weaving couldn't figure out if they had any trump cards. He thought to himself that if he didn't leave now, he really wouldn't have to leave. He waved his hand to split the life force field, separating Wayne and the other 2 from far away. He left a cruel word with hatred, "I will come back," and his figure disappeared on the spot. The life force field dissipated after 3 or 5 seconds, and the cube barrier disappeared soon after. When Wayne woke up and led the 2 succubi to chase, Weaving had already disappeared. He ran so fast. Wayne stomped his foot on the ground and said angrily, "What a good opportunity, why did he run away?" He then blamed Odelia and Regina for their poor performance. They should bear the main responsibility for the failure of the operation tonight. The 2 rolled their eyes together. It was not easy to be someone's younger sister. They were obviously acting and had to take the blame. Odelia said, "This is the church headquarters. Weaving will lead a large force to encircle and suppress at any time. Leave quickly to avoid being surrounded. Well, report back to the headquarters and reformulate the assassination plan." Acting the whole set, Wayne didn't care if there were people around. He asked the 2 secretaries to finish the last few lines according to the script and insisted on acting until the curtain call. Alley. 3 black figures walked out slowly. Regina looked at the silver-white rapier in her hand, exhaled, and pulled her sleeve to wipe it. While wiping, she felt the gift of nature. Hearing these words, Odelia, who was already envious, immediately said, "Regina, this sword was just stuck in my back. I seized it. How is it possible? Your name is not written on it." Regina held the rapier in her arms and refused, "Besides, I also had a sword stuck in my back, and you picked it up. Don't be too greedy. You already have one. You are smart now. X2. Odelia pouted and turned to look at Wayne. The literary girl didn't want to be a willful and unreasonable girlfriend, so she wouldn't let Wayne take the sword away from her, but this didn't affect her staring at Wayne, waiting for Wayne to take the initiative to ask Regina for it, and then give it to her. She called for robbing, but Wayne was different. How could the boss's secretary's affairs be called robbing? Regina was willing to offer it. Boss, you are a millionaire, you will definitely not rob your subordinates and give it to your girlfriend, right?" Regina stepped forward, interrupting Odelia's sight, and said pitifully. As both are the spirits of revenge and the succubus secretaries, Odelia has the aura of a girlfriend. Sooner or later, she will become the sleeper of the pillow whip. Regina knows that she can't compare with her, so she can only pretend to be pitiful to gain sympathy. "You think too much. I have a good character and I am not that kind of person." Wayne rolled his eyes, raised his hand and took out a dragon-tooth sword from his personal space and handed it to Odelia. When she took it with joy, he held her hand and said affectionately, "Odelia, this dragon-tooth sword is extremely precious. There is only one in the world. You must protect yourself with it." Odelia was very happy. There is only one in the world, which means it is exclusive. Only she is qualified. Now it was Regina's turn to envy. She compared the dragon-tooth sword and the silver-white rapier, blinked and took 2 steps forward, and said cutely, "Boss, they are all secretaries, you can't be partial." "This is for my girlfriend, do you still want it?" Odelia interrupted. Regina immediately wilted, hesitating and unable to speak. "Boss, I am actually loyal to you, but work is work and life is life. If you bring life into work, it will be difficult to carry out work in the future, don't you think?" "Not necessarily, look at Secretary Mona, she has both work and life," Odelia said again. Hey, you are not right? Regina's eyes widened, listening to the meaning of the words. Odelia wanted to drag her into the water and deepen the sisterly relationship. Odelia's face was slightly red when she was looked at, and she turned her head to look elsewhere. She said two words that she herself felt outrageous. The reason was that it was all the pressure from Senna. The beauty was perfect and she was almost suffocating. If you don't compete head-on, you can only compete in quantity. As a secretary, she thinks Regina is a good candidate. Instead of joining forces with the cold Mona, it is better to find Regina who is with her day and night. Especially when Regina has a twin sister, she is an excellent partner that you can't find even with a lantern. Wayne didn't say anything, looking at the abandoned factory in front of him, considering the feasibility of going in to find out. Boss, will it alert the snake? The snake has been frightened and fled. If you don't go now, there will be no grass when you come tomorrow. Wayne weighed the pros and cons again and again, and decided to go. Since we are here, it is unreasonable for the thieves to leave empty-handed. You two don't move around here, I'll be back soon. Wayne strode towards the abandoned factory. If you encounter danger, contact me mentally, don't be stubborn.